If you go ahead and ask any business owner about what's it like to manage huge projects and teams, they'll definitely say that it's not walk in the park exactly. Managing even seemingly simple project can take a toll not only on the business owners but also on the organization's valuable resources. That's why every organization needs team of project managers who'll sort out the project journey and juggle between the responsibilities of different resources involved. If you go ahead and search for project manager jobs on the Google search right now, you'll find that there are 20,000 plus project manager jobs available in India, that too on just the LinkedIn job board. Across the world, there are 3,89,000 plus project manager jobs are available. So you can see that the demand is seemingly very high. If you already have innate ability of being a good listener, good communicator, etc., then by mastering the basic project management tools, you can definitely become an efficient project manager and acquire one of those open positions from LinkedIn, right? And that's what this free course has been designed for. After doing the careful analysis of entry-level positions for project management job descriptions, we have compiled this complete course together. And we are sure if you completely follow this particular course till the end, you'll be able to crack the interviews and land a job as project manager. Having said that, let me take you through the agenda that I have at my hand for this particular course. We'll begin this course by understanding what is project manager, what exactly project managers do, what is agile project management, etc. After that, we would cover Jira, the famous tool for project management. Then we'll talk about what is Scrum Master, the Scrum process and framework, introduction to sprint, and then we'll understand the persona. After that, we'll talk about prioritization and project planning. At the end, you'll also understand how you'll be operating as a Scrum Master. I hope you're clear with the agenda. So without further ado, let's get started with this particular course.
Who is a project manager? What are his roles and responsibilities?
Let's talk about smartphones for a bit. Everyone uses them, right? It became one of the main necessities of 21st century. Don't you think? The process of making smartphones involves a lot of things like planning, procurement, execution, and deployment. Don't you think all these things are required everywhere, like automobile and construction industries and etc.? Now, a question should pop up in your minds like, who does all these things? All these things are taken care of by project manager. Based upon the industry, their roles and responsibilities will differ, but they have some common responsibilities. Some of them are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling. Closing. Below, we will take a closer look at each phase of the project lifecycle as well as different responsibilities a project manager might have in each. Initiating. This is the first phase where project managers are going to define the main objective of the project, its purpose, and scope of the project. Project managers decide if the project is needed and how beneficial it will be. The two metrics that are used to judge a proposed project determine the opportunities from it are the business case and feasibility study. In this process, some of the common questions they address are like, what's the specific problem we are trying to solve? What is the desired outcome? What are the project success criteria? What is within our scope? What is not within our scope? Has this project been executed before? So, what was the result? What information from the past project should be considered in this project? Planning. This is the second phase. Once they get permits, project managers work with key stakeholders to create an integrated project plan focused on attaining the outlined goals. Project managers use the plan created throughout this phase to keep track of the scope, cost, timeframes, risk, quality concerns, and communications. Project managers will describe the milestones as well as the actions that must be accomplished to complete them during this phase. It's worth noting that project planning doesn't finish until project is completed. The project plan should be viewed as a dynamic document that develops and evolves as the project progresses. Executing. During this third phase, co-workers or team members accomplish the work outlined in the project plan in order to achieve the project's objectives. The project manager's job is to allocate this work and make sure that it gets done on time. In most cases, the project manager will also keep the team focused and free of distractions, facilitate the resolving of problems, assist the team in navigating project changes, Assign clear responsibilities and accountabilities to team members. Monitoring and controlling. Despite the fact that monitoring and controlling procedures are classified as fourth phase, they really begin at the beginning of the project and continue throughout the planning, execution, and closure. A project manager's responsibilities throughout the monitoring and controlling phase include keeping track of project's progress, budget management for the project, assuring the important milestones are met when comparing the actual performance to plan or scheduled performance. There are few things to keep in mind. Usually, things rarely go completely according to the plan. As a result, a project manager must be adaptable enough to operate within a project's strategy while also adapting quickly as needed. Closing. Project managers try to finish all actions necessary to obtain the final outcome during this fifth phase. When a project comes to an end, project managers will collaborate with the customer to obtain formal approval of project completion, release any resources, money or staff that are not required for the project, review the work of third-party suppliers in order to finalize contracts and pay bills, archive project files for future use and reference, and be required to do a post-implementation review that will be frequently utilized after a project completes to identify critical lessons learned, if any, understanding what works well, what may be improved, what could be avoided in the future, can assist, guide, and enhance project management techniques. Now, let's see what are the skills required for being a project manager. Project management methodologies. A project manager must be aware of the many project management approaches available. That doesn't mean that you have to be an expert in all of them. Most are industry specific and need certification. Some of the most popular project management approaches are listed here: Waterfall, Agile, Scrum, Lean, and Prince2. Project management software. In today's environment, knowing how to use project management software is must-have technical talent for every project managers, because there are so many project management software options on the market. You need to figure out which tools are and features are ideal for you and your team's workflow. Some of the best software of 2021 are KissFlow Project, Trello, Asana, Zoho Projects, Vrike, Monday.com. Some of the key skills project manager personality should possess are leadership skills. Some argue that leadership is non-teachable personality attribute or soft talent, while some project managers are better at dealing with people than others. We believe that everyone can learn to use exceptional leadership skills and tactics. As a project manager, you must not only be accountable for project success, but you must also be a leader who can encourage and motivate team members to reach their objectives. Communication skills. Leadership and communication abilities are strongly intertwined. If you can't describe what you want your project team to perform, you won't be able to be a successful project manager. You will need a clear communication plan for your customers, stakeholders, and contractors too, because you won't be only interacting with your employees. Negotiation skills. Negotiation abilities are just one of many communication skills, but they need their own segment. Negotiation is a crucial skill in project management for dispute resolution and stakeholder management. For example, you will almost certainly get requests from stakeholders that will have influence on the project scope. You will have to take a stand, but politely, so that everyone involved in the project feels like they're getting what they want. Critical thinking. Too many employees know the fundamentals of project management, but are incapable of thinking beyond the box. Critical thinking is not believing everything you hear, and instead taking the time to analyze the situation and conduct the necessary research before making an educated choice. A critical thinker is more likely to overcome the challenges that every undertaking faces. Sense of humor. Even if it is a soft talent in project management, having a sense of humor is vital project management skill. Humor helps you and your team relax, and it's only when the tensions are relieved that wiser behavior and ideas emerge. Project team building exercises are a wonderful illustration how project managers may employ comedy.
Let's start off by discussing what issues does Agile help us resolve. Now, to discuss this, first we have to go and look at the previous methodology that was used. Now, traditionally, Waterfall model is the one that was used for software development. Now, the waterfall model consists of various phases. You have your requirements phase, your design phase, implementation phase, testing phase, deployment phase, and maintenance phase. Now, waterfall model as a whole promotes a very long-term development lifecycle, and it was used to develop monolithic applications instead of the microservices we have these days. And this is where the issues start to develop. As you can see with waterfall, you need a very long time to develop a particular software. These days, this is not feasible as the demand for software is crazy high and we need to be able to change according to the market's needs and, develop software every other month or so. And because of these issues, a new particular software methodology were created to tackle the issues. And this is where Agile comes in. So with Agile, you're not creating software in a very long period, whereas you'll be doing it in multiple sprints. You will start off with 4 phases like planning, implementing, testing, reviewing. Now you'll create one of the components of the software, and once you're done with that, you will move on to create the next component. And similarly, you would go ahead and create the software as a whole. Now, in this manner, you're completing the software as well as providing the different components of software to the customer, getting a feedback and changing accordingly. Considering in all of these factors, Agile's ability to change and adapt with the market, satisfy the market's needs, and do so in a very short term, all of these factors combined make Agile very suited for developing software these days. Alright guys, now I've called Agile a methodology, but in actuality it's rather a set of values and principles. If you use these values and principles to make decisions, then you're working in an Agile manner. So rather than being a methodology, it's rather a basically set of values and principles that you have to follow if you want to be Agile. Now let's go ahead and discuss those values, those Agile values. So they come under Agile Manifesto. So the Agile Manifesto basically states that we are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value certain things. Now, what are those certain things are the values. Now, what I'm going to do here is show you the left side compared to the right side. And this is how it's listed in the manifesto also. You'll have a few values on the left side and you'll have a values on the right side. While we have posted these values, we try to say that the left side values have much more meaning than the right side values. That is, while there is value in the items on the right also, we just value the items on the left more. Let me start off by giving you an example. So we have individuals and interactions and processes and tools. So individuals and interactions are on the left side and processes and tools are on the right side. So even though we do value processes and tools, we just value individuals and the interactions these individuals have between each other even more than the processes and tools involved. And this is the value that Agile promotes. This is the part of the Agile Manifesto. Now, there are similarly 3 more values. So let's discuss them also. We have working software and comprehensive documentation. Here, we value working software over having a comprehensive documentation, which is kind of obvious, right? Because you need to have a functioning software that you're going to provide to your customer before you even have any type of documentation, before you even think about going for documentation. And this is what Agile promotes. And again, customer collaboration is valued more than contract negotiation. So we want to prioritize the feedback we get from customers and apply it into our software development over any type of contract that we're going to be signing with them. This is another value that Agile promotes. And the final value that Agile promotes is basically responding to change. We value responding to change more than following a plan, because Agile is suited for, ever-changing market, and that's why responding to a change has greater value than following a plan. So guys, these are the different values that are promoted in Agile. In the manifesto, if you ever read it by yourself, you will see that basically every item on the left has more value than the item on the right. This does not mean that the items on the right are not valued. It's just that items on the left have just a lot more value. And that's why we have to follow them every time we are trying to make a decision. So whenever you make a decision, you have to keep these values in mind. Now let's discuss the different principles that Agile promotes. So we have the first principle that states that our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. The second principle states that welcome changing requirements even late in development. Agile processes harness change for customers' competitive advantage. Then the third principle says that deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with preference to shorter timescale. Then the fourth principle states that business people and developers must work daily throughout the project. And the fifth principle states that build project around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. The next principle states that the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. The next principle states that working software is the primary measure of progress. Then, agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. The ninth principle says that continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Then, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. And the second last principle states that the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And the final principle basically tells us that at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. So guys, these were the different principles that Agile promotes. Now remember, if you want to be an Agile team, then you have to make all of your decisions based on these principles and based on the values that Agile promotes. Otherwise, you are not an Agile team. Alright, now let's look at the different benefits that Agile provides us. So the first benefit is basically transparency. Now, this is pretty clear by the idea of transparency itself. If you are transparent in your development process, then the customer or the client knows what you're doing. They have more trust in you because you'll be telling them what you're doing. And you'll be doing this as you'll be providing them software every other sprint. They'll know what kind of software they're getting. And accordingly, they'll provide you a feedback and you will improve upon the next iteration by using that feedback in your planning stage. Then comes predictable costs and schedule. Now, since Agile promotes very short-term development life cycles, the number of variables that will be there when you're calculating the costs and schedule will be less. And hence, you'll be able to predict the cost and schedule all the tasks much more efficiently. Now, another benefit, and it's a primary benefit, is that it allows for change. Now, the values and principles that Agile tells us about basically promote for change. Because if you are able to adapt and change according to the market, then you're able to increase your business profits as well as satiate the market's needs or as well as satisfy your customer or client. And then in the end, it helps us to improve the quality of the product overall, not just the polishing aspect. You increase the morale of your employees, you increase the morale of your team, and this way they want to make a better product and hence a better product is made. So these are the benefits of Agile. Now let's move on and see how we can implement Agile ourselves. Now, whenever you're going ahead with implementing Agile, you have to keep in mind that any decision you take has to be based on the values and principles set by Agile. Otherwise, you're not going to be having an Agile development. All right. So when you're going ahead with these principles and values set in your mind, you have to follow the normal sprints. Now, there are going to be a lot of practices that you'll have to choose from. Now, one of the practices is to having a sprint where you have a small sprint, small iteration where you develop a small component of the software and give it to the client. So you'll first plan it out, then design it, then develop it, then test it, then deploy it, then review it from your own feedback, from the customer's feedback, from the client's feedback, then launch it. And then move on to the next iteration. Now, this is a part of the practice of Agile. So there are a lot of Agile practices out there. You have daily stand-up, sprints, splitting user stories, pair programming, and test-driven development. Now, you can go ahead and choose any practice you want to. But remember, you have to choose these practices based on your own needs and based on the values and principles that are being set by Agile or that have been promoted by Agile. Otherwise, you're not Agile or you're not following an Agile development, and hence you won't get the benefits of Agile. So keep this in mind when you're going ahead with any of the practices of Agile. All right. Now let's move on and discuss the different frameworks of Agile. So with Scrum, you're focusing more on the openness, the focus, the commitment, the courage, and the respect for different people. Whereas in Lean, you're trying to focus on eliminating all the waste, amplifying as much as learning as possible, decide as late as possible, deliver as fast as possible, empower the whole team, build integrity in the team, then see the whole process through. And in Kanban, you're basically focusing on reducing multitasking, decreasing the waste overall produced, then putting the customer's needs first, and basically return of investment or ROI. So these are the different frameworks. Now, when you go ahead to implement Agile, you need to first think of all the basic principles and values that have been set by Agile. Then see what suits you the best, what kind of environment. Then check out the different frameworks. Now, these are just 3 most popular frameworks out there. There are a lot more frameworks. You can go through them. You can decide which one is the best for you. Then choose that particular framework. And guys, that's Agile. Whether you want to call it a methodology or whether you want to call it a set of principles or values, it basically helps us to create really good software. Let us have an overview of what software development is. Now, we know software development is a very long and arduous process. Why? Because there are a lot of things you need to do when you're working with software and when you're especially developing software. There are multiple components. You need to take care of the deadline. You need to perform different analysis like risk analysis, cost analysis. You have to follow all the phases there are. You have to plan it out. You have to then develop it. You have to implement it, deploy it, and monitor it. Now, to make sure that you're able to develop a software properly and in time and efficiently, you need to follow a particular software development methodology. Now, there are multiple ones out there. Like, for example, you have Waterfall model, you have Spiral model, Agile model, Scrum, and Lean. Now, these software development methodologies basically help to plan out the whole software development life cycle. Now, each of these methodologies promote different things. And in this video, we'll be comparing the 2 methodologies that are Waterfall model and Agile model. So we will start off by discussing what exactly Agile is. Now, we know that Agile is a software development methodology. So Agile basically promotes shorter development life cycles. It makes sure that the life cycle of a particular software that is being produced is very short. And this is because it needs to make sure that the customer feedback is prioritized and the feedback is then used to make the changes in the next cycle. So if we looked at the cycle of Agile, we will see that there is planning, designing, developing, testing, deploying, reviewing, and launching. So this process keeps on repeating after receiving the feedback from the customer's end or the client's end. It may not be a B2C where you're only interacting with the customer. You may have a B2B where you have another business client and they give you feedback. And once you receive that feedback, you make the changes accordingly and then plan ahead for the next sprint or the next development life cycle. Even though you have very short-term development life cycles in Agile, you have multiple of them. And it keeps on continuing until the whole project is completely finished or the support for the project has been closed or shut down. So if we look at the benefits of Agile, there are a few. Let's discuss them. So the first benefit is transparency. So this benefit is basically for the customer or the client. Now, if you have shorter term development life cycles and you always show your components to your customers and clients and you take the feedback from them, then the client and the customer know what's happening with your product or your service. And accordingly, they can tell you about the changes that they need. And this way, they are kept to date about what's happening. Since the life cycle in Agile is so short, developers can only develop a few things at a time. So in every sprint, a few things are developed and they're shown to the customer and they get the feedback. This way, the customer is kept up to date with what's happening with the whole project. Now, another benefit is predictable costs and schedule. So this comes towards the developer's end or the producer's end. When you're producing the software, you need to be able to predict the costs that are going to be indulged with the project. Now, if a project is going to take a long time to develop, then it's harder to predict the cost because the variables over time increase and they're unknown. With shorter time, you're able to predict the costs much more effectively and you're able to schedule all the tasks much more effectively. Then the next benefit is basically that it allows for change. Now we know that today's market is very fickle. The audiences demand changes from one thing to another and they keep on chasing new trends every other second. So to cope up with this change, you need to use a modern methodology like Agile, which allows you to change your direction or change the direction of your project as a whole. Since you have very short-term life cycles, you can change your goal very easily. And the last benefit we are going to talk about is that it improves the quality. It improves the quality by basically getting the feedback from the customer or the client and then making the changes. It improves the quality from the perspective of the customer. Since they are able to ask for changes and the developers are allowed to make those changes, the changes improve the quality of the product Alright, now let's discuss the next methodology. That is the Waterfall methodology. What exactly is it? So the Waterfall methodology is one of the earliest software development model ever created and put to practice. And it's also spilled on to other engineering products as well, and not just software engineering. Now, this type of software development model is basically used for the projects which are very small and for the projects where there are no uncertain requirements. So let's look at how it works. So in Waterfall model, we have a model which acts like a waterfall. So we'll first start off with the phases. So the model basically consists of all the different phases through which one has to go through during the software development process. Now let's discuss them. So one of the first ones is requirements. So in this particular phase, an organization or whoever is using this model has to decide what are the requirements for the software they're going to develop. They have to look at all the different types of requirements. It's functional requirements, it's non-functional requirements, and they have to make sure that this particular idea of having the requirements is very clear. Because since this is a very long-term software development lifecycle, they need to be clear with the idea of what they're going to be developing and what are the different things or the requirements they need for this particular software. So they need to be clear about their requirements. Then comes the next phase in which they have to start designing it. That is basically creating the architecture, assigning, and then developing. And in the next phase comes implementation. In this particular phase, the design, the architecture of the whole software development is taken and implemented. The code is developed and the test scripts are written, etc., etc. And then comes testing. In the testing, all the test scripts are then ran on the code, or the testing happens with the particular software components that have been created. And then comes the deployment phase. In this particular phase, the particular application that has been developed is deployed onto a production environment or on a testing environment or on a staging environment. Then finally comes the maintenance phase, in which once your particular product has been deployed, it has to be monitored and maintained. Now, with this particular model, you can develop multiple components of the software simultaneously. Different teams can work on different components at the same time while using the waterfall model. All right, now let's look at some of the benefits of waterfall model. So one of the benefits is that it's easy to manage. Since there are, it's not a short-term life cycle, you already have everything planned out, it's very easy to manage it. Then you can see that it works very well for smaller projects. Because with smaller projects, you have everything clearly defined. You know what are the requirements and the time period is very less. So waterfall model will work for you. And then another benefit is that it's clearly defined stages. Since the stages are so clearly defined, you can easily manage it and you can easily go ahead with following all of these phases or stages. And then you can see that it's very well documented. Since with waterfall model, you have only one software development life cycle, you document everything properly. You write down what are your requirements. During the requirement phase, you talk about, you design your particular software architecture, you implement it, etc. So while you're doing all of it, you document every single aspect of it properly. So these are the advantages of waterfall model. Now let's look at the impact of all of these methodologies. So first we'll look at the impact of Agile methodology. Now, since Agile is used a lot, most of the companies these days are using Agile. If not Agile, they're using DevOps. But a lot of companies are making use of Agile. And some companies that have been established for a pretty long time have also been making use of it. As you can see, British Telecom or National Bank of Canada or Cisco or Lego, these companies have shifted from a traditional model like waterfall model onto Agile. And they have increased the profits to a new height after changing to Agile. Now we look at the impact of waterfall. So waterfall is one of the earliest methodologies we've come up with. So all the different older companies, like you have your Microsoft, IBM, HP, Cisco, these companies used to make full use of waterfall before. Now they've changed on to different methodologies, or they've changed to hybrid methodologies of waterfall and Agile together, but they don't use waterfall alone. But there are some agencies, like government agencies, like Ministry of Defense, like DRDO in India and DoD in America, or ISRO or NASA. These kind of government agencies do not have to fight for their market. They have already established requirements which they have to follow, and they have to be followed in a very rigid manner. So in their case, waterfall model is still used. They do not have the requirement of using Agile. They don't have to keep on competing with other companies here and there. They're not part of the business market. They have a set goals and they just have to follow them. So that's why they still use them. If they don't use it, they use a hybrid version of it. Now let's see the comparison of Agile and Waterfall. Let's see what are the criteria we'll be using to compare both of them. So the first thing we'll be measuring them on is the life cycle, then planning, then requirements, then progress, then team, then emphasis, and finally the goal of the methodology. Now let's look at all of them. So our first one is life cycle. As you can see, Agile has multiple shorter life cycles, whereas Waterfall has a very long one. And the benefit of having a shorter life cycle is very evident. You can adapt to the market, you have transparency with the customers, etc., etc. We saw all of it in the benefits of Agile. And with Waterfall model, you have a very long process. Even though it's very long, it has its own benefits. Whereas it's easily managed, and in places where you don't have to compete in the market, it's very useful. Now let's look at planning. With Agile, the planning is generally done for a very short term period. Since the life cycle is going to be very short, around 2 to 4 weeks, that's the development life cycle, the planning is also done very fast for this particular period. Whereas with Waterfall, the planning takes a long time because the product is going to be developed over a very long time. So in planning, Agile does it fast, whereas Waterfall takes a lot of time because it's going to be a very long development life cycle also. Then comes the requirements. If you're comparing the requirements of Agile and Waterfall, with Agile, all the requirements aren't clearly defined in the start because you're going ahead with one direction, but you don't exactly know what are your requirements. You only get to know your requirements over the development of your product. Whereas in Waterfall, you need to know, or you already know all the requirements clearly, that you have an end goal in your mind and you have all the necessary steps that need to be taken to achieve that end goal. Then progress. So to measure the progress in either of these, Waterfall or Agile, we can see that in Agile, you have the review of the progress every other day. Whereas with Waterfall, the progress is checked every other week because, in Agile, it's a shorter development life cycle. That's why you need to check the progress every day. Whereas with Waterfall, it's a very long term. It can go to 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. So it's done every week. Okay, if you look at the team size, now if we talked about the teams and the governance of these teams, in Agile, you can see that all the teams are self-governing, whereas in Waterfall, all the teams are governed by a single authority. So you can see that Agile teams are a little bit more independent, whereas the Waterfall teams will not be that independent. Then emphasis. In Agile, the focus is on delivering the end product and increasing the business profit, increasing the value of your business, and making sure that your customer is very satisfied. Whereas with the Waterfall model, the whole emphasis is on implementing the end goal. You know your requirements and you need to implement them. Whereas with Agile, it's for the customer satisfaction and increasing the business value. Then the end goal. What is the end goal of either of them? For Agile, the end goal is to deliver the product features in sprints to the consumer and customer. That is to increase the business value and to make sure the consumer or the customer is satisfied. Whereas in Waterfall, the aim is to deliver a complete product only once it has been completed and gone through all the phases to give the final polished product to whoever requires it. So these were the differences between Agile and Waterfall. Now, if you looked at which one is better, Agile or Waterfall, you could definitely say Agile in a lot of cases. But again, this is very scenario based. You may have to decide for yourself. If you have to choose between Agile or Waterfall, you first have to look at what kind of software will you be developing. Will you be developing a software where the market's need may change every time here and there, or the market or the audience may need to give you a feedback? If that's the case, you need to choose Agile. Or if you do not have any business profits in mind, if you're working with an NGO or if you're working with a government where only your requirements have to be established, then you can go ahead with Waterfall. As you can see with government agencies like hospitals or defense departments, they do not have to satisfy anyone's needs. Like at least they don't have to satisfy any customer's needs. Their main goal is to implement a very rigid and polished system that will help them to finish their task or complete their tasks. With DRDO or the Defense Department, it would be to make really good defense softwares. Whereas with the hospitals, it would be to make really good hospital softwares. This is not the same case with Agile. So you have to choose based on your requirements, which one is better, Agile or Waterfall. If you wanted to say it objectively, you can say Agile is better. But a lot of places, Agile and Waterfall are used in hybrid with each other. They're basically hybrid methodologies.
Product management versus project management. In today's competitive business world, you need steady and experienced management to guide your strategies.
Now,
Project management and product management are very important yet distinct positions, and they are often interchangeably confused by all level of business executives.
How
now,
are products different from projects?
now,
Any item or service you sell to meet a customer's need or desire is referred to as a product. There are basically three categories of products that exist. That is, we have physical, virtual, and hybrid products. Durable commodities such as vehicles, furniture, and computers,
now,
and non durable items are examples of physical products such as food and beverages.
now,
Virtual products are services or experiments that are offered online, such as education, software, and other digital products. As historically, analog products incorporate digital technology as a tool to
now,
better reach and service customers, the
now,
third category of hybrid products is becoming more widespread.
now,
Now, what are projects? A project is usually considered a success if it meets the objectives according to the acceptance criteria, on time, and on budget. Every project is built on the foundations of time, cost, and quality.
now,
With that, let's move on to our next agenda, that is the definition of product and project management.
now,
Product management is the process of strategically guiding a company's product creation, market
now,
launch, and ongoing support and improvement. Well, that of course is a simplified understanding of the role. So, what is the definition of product management? What is the nature of the job?
now,
Product management refers to the job and function inside an organization that is in charge of the overall success of a product. Product managers collaborate with internal and external organizations to develop and
now,
implement a strategy that ensures the product accomplishes its financial and strategic objectives. Now, what is project management? Project management is the use of processes, methods, skills,
now,
knowledge, and experience to meet particular project objectives within agreed upon parameters while
now,
adhering to project acceptance criteria.
now,
Final outputs are bound by a finite time frame
now,
and budget in project management. Now let's move on to the next agenda, that is the core components. So
now,
what are the core components of product management? Firstly,
now,
we have conducting research. Now what it comprises is gathering information about the company's market, user personas, and rivals through research. Next up, we have developing strategy,
now,
putting what they have learned about the industry into a high level strategic plan for their product. Next, we have communicating plans, developing a work strategic plan based on a product roadmap and delivering it to key stakeholders, as well as ongoing communication amongst their cross functional teams throughout the development process and beyond. Next
now,
up, we have coordination of development. Assuming they have been given permission to move forward with their product strategic plan, they will need to coordinate with the relevant teams to start putting it into action. Lastly,
now,
we have acting on user feedback and data analysis. Finally, after constructing, testing, and exposing the product to the market, learn what works, what doesn't, and what to add through data analysis and direct feedback from users.
now,
Working with the appropriate teams to incorporate this feedback into future product revisions. Now, let's take a look at what are the core components of project management. Firstly, we have outlining the purpose for the project's existence, collecting project requirements, defining deliverable quality, estimating resources and timelines, developing and implementing a project, that
now,
is the management plan,
now,
directing and
now,
inspiring the project crew.
now,
Lastly, managing the project's risk, difficulties, and adjustments. Now,
now,
let's move on to our next agenda, that is, why is product and project management needed? First, we'll see about product management. Product management is essential as it helps in developing and evaluating product opportunities for validity and feasibility, ensuring that the correct product is provided at the right time,
now,
evangelizing the product internally among the executive team and colleagues, maintaining the health of the company, and as a result, the value that the product gives to users is the ultimate measure of success. Now, why is project management
now,
used? The goal of project management is to create an end product that will result in some change for the benefit of the organization. Formal management is required for projects that make something fresh or different, tangible or intangible, are likely to be complex in terms of work or groups involved, have a finite lifespan, a
Now,
definite start and the end.
now,
Change management is required as well as risk management. Now, let's move on to our next agenda, that is, why are the two different fields used? We'll first see why is product management used and when. Product management is used when the market conditions need to be analyzed, when defining the features, functions, and overseeing the production of a product, for activities like customer research, industry analysis, and trends. Now, when is project management used?
now,
Projects are distinct from day to day operations and occur when a company wishes to deliver a solution to a set of requirements within a certain budget and timeline. Project management is concerned with the management of discrete packages of work in order to accomplish certain goals. Next up, we have who uses product and project management. First,
now,
we'll see who uses product management. Product management is primarily used by anyone who is responsible for a product line strategy, plan, and feature description. Product marketing, forecasting, and profit and loss responsibilities may also be part of the job description. Product managers work for firms that develop goods and technology for both internal and external clients. To provide the greatest possible customer experience, product managers collaborate closely with sales, support, marketing, and engineering. Now
now,
let's see who uses project management. Even if they aren't formally referred to as a project manager, anyone can manage a project. Any event ever planned can be considered a team project, and project management is a valuable life skill for everyone. Projects appear in all industries and businesses in a more formal sense. Some of those industries are infrastructure and transportation, IT, finance and law, product manufacturing, and in construction industry.
Hello everyone, here is first quiz question for all of you guys. This question is basically based upon whatever learnings you have gone through till the moment. The question at my hand is what is the primary role of the project manager? And the options that are there for this particular question are number 1 to manage the project budget, number 2 to manage the project schedule, number 3 to lead the project team, and number 4 is all of the above. So based upon your comprehension of the concept, please let us know which one of these options stand out as the right one in the comment box below.
All right, so let us begin with the Agile process. So, Agile is a software development terminology based on the Agile Manifesto. It is a software development method which basically describes a time boxed iterative approach to software development to deliver the product incrementally instead of all at once. So, what does that mean? So, let us understand that diagrammatically. So, say you have a software is generally composed of functionalities. So a software is a combination of features. It could be functionality one, two, three, if the software contains of only three functionalities, right? So this is generally how a software is made up. So for each of these functionalities to work the way they have been intended to work, right? The phase that we follow in Agile is planning, implementation, testing, and review. So these are the four phases that are followed in the agile development method, right? For each of the features that are there in the software. So these features could be developed concurrently, simultaneously, or these could be developed one after other as well. It all depends on the use case. But the agile process is not a linear approach. So if we were to narrow it down to just one functionality, we get to the review part first, right? So, firstly, we plan the software, we look at all of the requirements that are there for the software, we implement the code, we test the code and the feature, and then we basically look at the test reports and review the feasibility of that functionality within that software. So, based on the results of this review, if the review is satisfactory, yes, we add the functionality to the final build or the release that we are creating currently. If it's not satisfactory, we go back to the drawing board to the planning phase to look at further improvements that we can make in the design or the revamp that we need for this particular feature. And then the cycle carries on until we reach the point of satisfaction. So this is the agile process. And the agile process works out extremely well because, say, for instance, functionality 1 has not reached the point of satisfaction, but functionality 2 and 3 have. So it's not exactly holding back the development life cycle. We're not holding anybody back because in traditional software development methods, we are usually delivering the final product to the end user. But in the agile process, what we are exactly doing is we're developing features and we're basically communicating those features to the client, to the business that we're making that software for one by one. So we're not exactly bottlenecking anything. So let us understand agile terminologies now. Obviously, in any software development lifecycle, there are particular terminologies that you need to understand because there are various approaches to it. So in agile, firstly, we need to understand what we are trying to achieve. So in order to describe what we are exactly trying to achieve after we talk to our client, when we are basically taking the requirements from the client and the client is describing to us what kind of software he wants and what is his business requirements and everything. So essentially, the first component that we create in Agile is an epic, right? So the epic is an abstract view of what we exactly need, right? And then to achieve that epic in the technical aspect of things, right, we start to get into what is required to achieve that epic, right? So even this in an abstract form, we refer to it as stories. So we break the epic down into the features that are required to fulfill that epic, right? And to fulfill those features, we create stories. So these could be sub-components of the feature or of the epic, right? So these are still in a sort of non-technical format. We are not exactly describing the technical constraints within these stories. So since these stories are generally non-technical in nature, how do we describe the technical aspects of things so that the development team can work on it, right? So for that, we require tasks. So tasks required to fulfill those requirements, and these are the final subcomponents in the agile sort of hierarchy that we have, which basically describes the sprint life cycle and the scrum life cycle, and how developers take their approach to development. So within Jira, we make frequent use of the subcomponents known as epic, story, and task. When we get to the hands-on section, we will understand how to use them. For now, let us understand Scrum roles. Right? In order to achieve software development using the Agile methodology, we use Scrum. So essentially, Agile and Scrum go hand in hand, and Scrum essentially describes the hierarchy of employees that are working for a software development company and how they operate to achieve agile development. So, firstly, we have the product owner, right? So, this person doesn't exactly own the software, but this person owns the project and is responsible for the successful completion of the project. So the first and foremost job of the product owner is understanding the requirements of the customer. So in a meeting, when the customer comes into the company and lays out what the customer wants and what are his business needs, the product owner is sitting and noting everything down and understanding what the customer requires. The job of the product owner is to have a thorough discussion with the customer and clearly understand what the customer wants. Uh, the product owner also has to document what the customer wants in the form of epics and convey that information to the development team, right? The product owner maintains the product backlog, which is the most important role. So the product owner has to track what status the software is currently in, right? So the product owner first defines all of the features that are required in according to the business, and then based on those features, the product owner will maintain a product backlog. Then the Scrum Master and the development team will pick up points from the product backlog and start working on it. The other crucial aspect of the product owner's job is release management. So if the software is being released on a version basis, the product owner has to keep track of that. Then we have the Scrum Master. So when we get into the actual Scrum methodology, where developers are following Agile, it is the job of the Scrum Master to glue everything together, to basically serve as an intermediary between the product owner and the development team. Now, the central job of a Scrum Master is to ensure that Scrum methodologies are being followed by the development team. The Scrum Master also has to ensure that they are breaking down the stories or epics into tasks appropriately. The Scrum Master will also manage backlog and will ensure completion of work in the set amount of time, and he also has to ensure that there is a certain amount of transparency between the product owner and the other stakeholders and the development team. And then finally, we have the most important aspect of any software development lifecycle, which is the development team, in this case, the Scrum team. So this consists of software developers and quality assurance people. The main work of the Scrum team is to break down the work into subtasks and finish those subtasks in the said amount of time. So the Scrum team works on the Agile methodology, which is planning, implementation, testing, and preliminary reviewing of goals. So they will test the software and see if it is matching the quality that is needed, if it is matching the acceptance criteria, and then they will ensure timely delivery with the quality assurance based on how they assess the final product. And then they will communicate their progress and the final product with the Scrum Master, and if it is required, with the stakeholder and the product owner as well. So we have three components in the Scrum environment, which include the product owner, Scrum Master, and the Scrum team. So let us look at an example. The product owner will talk to the client and create a backlog of features that are required in the software. And based on those features, the product owner will create an epic. For instance, let us imagine an epic where the product owner is saying, as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my orders through online wallets. So this is an epic. This is an abstract of what the client may want, right? Now, the Scrum Master will teach and ensure that Scrum practices are followed by the development team, right? And the Scrum team has to learn these Scrum practices and be adept at following them, right? Now, the next thing that happens is, based on those Scrum practices and based on the guidance of the Scrum Master, the Scrum team will break this epic down into stories, right? So this particular epic can be broken down into two particular stories. So say, for instance, we want to add two online wallet methodologies. So for the first online wallet, we have PayPal, and for the second, we have Paytm. So as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my order through PayPal, and as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my order through Paytm. So these are these two stories that need to be completed. Now, after the epic has been broken down into stories, the Scrum team has to break that story down into technical tasks that are achieved in software development, right? So these stories can be broken down into add a pay through online wallet option. So up until now, we may have had a credit card option, a net banking option. Now we're adding a online wallet option. The second task would be to integrate this payment option with the PayPal API. And the third task would be to integrate this payment option with the Paytm API, right? So this is the entirety of the hierarchy that we're following currently, right? So this is how Scrum works, and this is what Scrum roles are. Sprint activities. So in Agile/Scrum software development, we're not exactly creating long time windows of development. We are dividing these epics into stories, and we're dividing those stories into subtasks. Now, these tasks are miniature in nature, and they need to be completed within a short time frame. And this short time frame, this work that is done in that short time frame is called a sprint. And that is what makes this method so efficient, because by ensuring the timely delivery of small features, we're also ensuring the timely delivery of the software at a larger scale as well. So here we have an example of a Scrum board which is basically describing a sprint activity. So, for instance, from the previous example, we have our stories, right, which we have narrowed down in the stories column, and we have a to do column, we have an in progress column, we have a testing column, and we have a done column, right? So in the to do column, we'll have the features that we have currently not started with yet. In the in progress, whatever we are currently working on, that will be displayed over there. And in the testing, we'll have the feature that is being currently tested. So these are the tasks that were derived out of these stories, and we can currently see their status over here. Once they are completed, they will fall in the done section. So once they are in the done section, we can understand the exact meaning of a sprint. So a sprint is generally between 1 to 4 weeks. That is the general trend that is followed in the Scrum activity cycle. And then we also have to understand that there are daily 15-minute meetings at the beginning of the day, usually, which basically are used to recap what happened on the previous day for each of the member in the team and what they worked on. It is also used to define the present day goals as well. So now that we understand Agile and we understand Scrum and we understand what a sprint is, what is Jira and why are we using it, right? So firstly, we need to understand that Jira is a project management tool that is based on the same fundamental principle, which is the foundation of Agile, right? It is also an issue tracker, which has been developed by the corporation known as Atlassian. So the primary two things that Jira is known for is the feature of bug tracking and agile project management, right? So we already understand what agile project management is. So we need to understand why we would use Jira in the first place for this. Why can't we manage it manually, right? So, for instance, it is an all-in-one solution for multiple software and team-related use cases. So, even if you're not working in an agile team or a Scrum team, Jira is still a solution for your other business perspectives as well. It is a very good tool for employee management for the following reasons. It helps you create backlogs. So, whatever tasks you have, whether you're working within a software development environment or not, you can easily create backlogs within it. Then you can create sprints. If you're working in an agile environment, then you can create tasks. You can update the status of these tasks, whether they are epic stories or actual tasks. Then you can manage multiple releases. So if you are specifically working for a software and that software has multiple releases, Jira has the feature to manage multiple releases at once. And then you have code integration. So Jira can easily be connected to your favorite code repository, whatever your organization is using, to better manage code as well. So these are the features of Jira. And finally, we have managing workflows. So based on the workflow that your particular organization follows, you can use that for your development cycle or your issue management cycle as well. And you also have the option of creating your own workflow or downloading third-party workflows that may work better for your use case. So this is why people like to use Jira. The primary advantage is that you can integrate it very easily with third-party applications as well. And because of how convenient it makes the process of software development and project management. So let us understand how to set up your own Jira dashboard, how to manage your own team, and how to get started with your agile project management. And we will also discuss the other features of Jira as well. Let's talk about setting up Jira for your organization. So the first thing, obviously, after you've put in your email and opted for a version of Jira, you would be redirected to this page where you have to enter your organization's name or your website's name, right? So you can essentially type anything over here, and as long as it is uh, followed by .atlassian.net, it'll be fine. You can log into your terminal. So firstly, I'll type in something like Intellipaat 1, and then we're simply going to click on continue. So once we've clicked on continue, and over here you can select what type of team you're working in currently. So if you're working in customer service, you can click on that. If you're working in software development, you can click on that. So I currently click on that, right? You can click on other things as well as to what sort of job role you have currently. right? So you can click on any of that. But for now, I will be skipping this question because we don't need that. You can skip all of these things and you can simply configure it from the actual UI itself. You don't need to necessarily give any details over here. So you click on skip question, right? So once you have done that, then you can simply start inviting your team. For starters, I currently do not have any members in my team, so I can simply enter their email addresses and an invite would be sent to them so that they can join my team. And from then on, we can assign them work, right? So for instance, I can add some email over here. So for instance, I'm going to enter here Intellipaat sample 1@gmail.com, and then I'll click on next. You can add other members as well, and you can give anyone the option to invite other people as well to this particular organization. So I'll click on next. Now over here, you'll get two options, whether you're new to Jira or you're experienced with Jira. So if you've had some prior Jira training before, you can go with experienced with. I'll go to new to Jira, and then you can either select if your team is new to Agile methodologies, which is something that Jira follows, or it is something that your team is experienced with, right? So I'll simply click on experienced with. We spend our time working on, so we can select what kind of purpose we are fulfilling. So I'll simply write features, and then we have a tight or a flexible schedule to finish our work. We can simply select tight here, right? So depending on your work and depending on your use case, you can select all of that, right? And now we can select a template as to how our UI will look like. So I'll simply click on Scrum, right? I'll create a project name. So let us try to create a project name first. Let's call this feature underscore payment, right? And the key for this, which is something that we will refer to this project by, is FP. That is fine by me, right? And I'll click on create, right? So currently I am inside the project feature payment, right? And I have all of these options available to me. So let's go ahead and look at the left-hand side. So we have the options such as backlog, active sprints. So we'll click on backlog and then we will create our epic. So I will just bring up the epic that we were discussing in the presentation earlier on. So this includes the as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my orders through online wallets, right? So I have the option to create an epic right over here. So I'll click on that and I'll just name this epic something. So let us call this online underscore wallet underscore 01. And in the summary, we can add the description of it. So I'll just simply copy this and put it over here. And then I'll click on create. So we have currently created an epic, right? So within this epic, we can add stories as we had discussed earlier on as well. So there are multiple ways you can do that. There is a create issue option that you have right over here. So you have the option of using this to create your stories. Alternatively, you can simply look on the left hand side and look at this option over here, which is create issue in epic. So we currently have our epic created, right? And we can create our story within that itself. So within this, we can declare the issue type. So currently our issue type is a story, right? And within the story, we have our summary as well. So we'll just simply bring that up. So the first story that we have is, as a customer, I want to be able to be, so I'll select as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my orders through PayPal. I'll copy that and put that over here in the summary section. And I can add custom components within it. So whatever components I create in my project, I can attach those components in the story. And I can attach some documentation if I need to further describe what I want in my story. And I can describe it further as well with regards to any business or technical details that need to be added for that story, right? So if I scroll downwards, I can also assign the story to a particular team member, right? I can also assign a priority. And here we have the option of an epic link. So that is not currently available because it is automatically linked to the online wallet epic. If you create the story separately, then you will get the option to select the epic that you want to attach it to, right? And then I'll simply click on create, right? So within this epic, which is online wallet 1, I have successfully attached the first story, right? So similarly, I'll attach the second story as well, which is for Paytm. And we have two stories which are successfully available in this epic. So we have our stories ready and available. Now we need to create some subtasks that are going to be associated to these stories, right? So to get started with work, we will create a sprint. So here is our create sprint button. We'll click on that and it will create a default sprint called FP Sprint 1. You can go to the triple dot button over here to change the name of the sprint if you would like from FP Sprint 1 to something else. So when you want to add stories to your sprint, it is as simple as dragging the story and dropping it within the sprint. So we will drag both of our stories within the sprint. Now that we have successfully created our sprint, we need to start it as well for it to appear in the active sprint section. So we will click on this button, which is Start Sprint. So we have our sprint name over here. We can change the sprint name from this section as well. And we can provide a duration in which we expect the sprint to be completed. So generally it is from 1 to 4 weeks as we discussed. We can go with 2 weeks as it is a safe bet, and then we can essentially write a sprint goal if we would like, and we can also go for custom timings if we want a custom end date. We will go with 2 weeks for now, and we can write something like we need to add payment methods or something like that. So that is our sprint goal, right? And we will click on start. So once we click on start, we are automatically redirected to the active sprint section. And within the active sprint section, we can see our user stories, which is as a customer, I want to be able to pay through Paytm and through PayPal, right? Now we need to add the subtasks that are associated to these sprints. So these are the subtasks, right? So firstly, I will add this section over here. Click on this sprint, and here we can add some story points to this sprint, right? So for every particular feature that you have, you can add certain amount of story points, and that essentially tells you what sort of weightage it has in the software development lifecycle, whether it is a quantitative task or not, whether it will take a long time or not, right? So depending on how heavy this feature is, we'll add a story point. So here I'll just add a story point of 3. And since we're dealing with a similar feature on the other side as well, which is on PayPal, I'll add a story point of 3 as well, right? And the other thing that we can do is once we have created our stories, we can add assignees to our story, which is basically the owner of that story, the person who is going to be managing that story and ensuring that it is completed within the set amount of time. So within the assignee section, I can simply click and add any of the team members that I have added in my project. So I'll add Intellipaat worker, and that would be it. I'll add Intellipaat worker to this one as well and add the story point of 3. Now to create our subtasks. So for this one, I'll open it up, and here we have the option of create subtask. So I'll click on that, right? And it asks me what needs to be done. So for that, I'll simply copy paste the first option, which is add pay through wallet, and paste it over here and click on create. So that is the first subtask of the story. And the second subtask would be to add the PayPal or the Paytm option actually for this one. And we'll click on create, right? So we have added our 2 tasks. And then we can close this one and we can add 2 subtasks to this story as well. So this one goes for this one. We'll click on create, and second is add the PayPal API, and we'll add that as well. So we have added 2 successful subtasks to this particular story as well, right? And we can click on cross now so that it is saved. So we have our 2 stories in the to-do section with 2 subtasks each. So keep in mind that you're not exactly expected to add tasks like this all the time. You can add them directly as well. So if you go to the backlog section over here and you look at the plus icon that you have over here, once you click on that, we have this little icon drop down. So within this, we have 3 options: story, task, and bug. We can go with task directly as well. And we can then specify what task needs to be done. Say I want to add a debit card. Yeah. And I want to create that task. I'll simply click on this triple dot over here so that I can elaborate on this task. I can attach any documentation I want, any description I want, attach the person that I want to associate this task to, which is Intellipaat worker. I can attach the Epic link as well. So in this case, it is online wallet FP2. And then we can attach the sprint as well. The current sprint that we have created is FP Sprint 1. So it makes it really convenient for us. Once we click on create, it will automatically get assigned within that sprint, as we can see. So once we go back in the active sprint section, other than the 2 subtasks for each of the story that is available already, we have a separate task as well, which is a add a debit card option. So we can further specify the constraints for this one as well. The other great thing about it is that you can create subtasks within this task as well. So you're not limited to the traditional story to a task architecture that Scrum usually follows. You can manipulate it a little bit according to your own use case. We had also discussed that Jira is a bug tracking software as well. So say within the software development lifecycle, you're trying to implement a feature. That feature is not working out in the testing phase, even though the application is working correctly. So that potentially becomes a bug that you need to solve as a developer, right? So bugs are handled separately in Jira. You can create an issue for a bug, and within this you have options. So there are multiple options. As we discussed tasks earlier on, we can also create a bug, right? So say for instance, GPay API not integrating. So this is a potential bug that is preventing users from being able to use a tool like GPay to be able to essentially conduct their transactions, right? So I'll simply click on the triple dot option over here. It works in the same way as a task does. We can provide the summary, we can provide the description, we can provide the exact component of the software that it is related to, and then further on we can assign a worker to it, right? And we can attach an Epic link to it. We can attach a sprint to it as well. And then we can click on create, right? So we have currently we have 2 stories with 2 subtasks each, one task and one bug in our sprint that need to be resolved. So here we can see the entirety of the sprint details. We can look at each task, see what is currently pending, what is in progress, and what is done. And if you're dwelling into much more complex project issues, you can simply go to the components and create subcomponents of the project by creating component, right? You can name a component anything. For instance, we can add a login component over here, and description helps users log in. We can assign a lead for that if we have anything. So we can simply search for the people that we have in our organization. So for instance, we can assign an Intellipaat worker to that, and we can click on save, right? So when we do that, we have a component available over here. And then we move on from the component section to the code section. For instance, if you have any online code repository like Bitbucket, GitHub, or GitLab, you have easy integration options available here, right? You can use Bitbucket, you can use the other services like GitHub, you can connect to the other providers, right? And you can install the services needed for you to automate your workflow. So you can simply go ahead and add this particular extension, which is GitHub for Jira, if you want to integrate with GitHub. And then we have releases. So whatever project you're working on, whatever versions that project has, you can simply track that over here. So currently, if you're working on a particular project version, you can create that version, and then you can subsection that in the work log. You can also go to the project settings and customize your own workflows. So if you go to the workflows options in the project settings, you'll have this particular option over here, which says software simplified workflow for project FP, right? You can add other workflows as well. So we can add existing workflows that are available. So we can simply wait for this loading to happen. So currently, this is the builds workflow that is there, right? And if we go to the Jira workflow option, we have this option available over here, which says the project opens, and then we have other options which says the issue is closed or if the issue goes into progress. And then you have the Jira workflow and you have classic default workflow. So these workflows essentially refer to how you're going to resolve your issues and how they can be reopened in the case of any further complications that arise from it. So these are the workflows that you can use that are currently there. And say if you want to add a workflow that is not there, you want to simply go to search for workflows and get any other additional module that you can get from the marketplace. Now there is the task of time tracking, for instance. So if you want to time track your employees, depending on what sort of work they're doing, so basically you can go to the time tracking feature over here. So if your employee has a target-based approach to working, or if the task that has been given to the employee is target-based, then time tracking would not be necessary. But if your employee has to do quantitative work, then time tracking may be necessary. So you have your default time tracking provider, which is the Jira provided time tracking, right? And then you can customize all of these options from over here by going to the edit global settings option. Right, from over here you can select how many hours you want to allocate for employees per day, how many working days essentially, and then you can see over here how they would see the time that is being displayed and how you would see the time of how much they have worked in that particular day, right? And then you can simply click on save. Say you have multiple employees in your organization and you want to create teams, you can go to the people's option and click on start a team, right? So you can name the team anything. So we can call this the front end team. Click on start team, right? And then you can simply click on people again, and then you'll have access to the members of that team. So if I simply open the front end team, right here, we can add people to this team. So if I want to add someone like Intellipaat worker, I can add that particular person to the team, and you can add as many people as you would like in that team, depending on the subscription that you have. So for the free subscription, you only get to add 10 members in your organization. You need to go for a premium one if you want to add more, right? So here we can add particular links that are relevant to this team. They can share, they can talk with each other through these links, and you can see what they're working on currently.
Objective here is to understand Agile and then how Scrum as a framework can be used to implement Agile, and also what as a Scrum Master any individual can do to implement Scrum and hence Agile in their organization. And I hope that this training becomes your one-stop solution for all Scrum related questions and problems. So first thing first, let's talk about Agile. And so I'm sure you all must have heard a lot about Agile. You all must know how Agile evolved, and you would definitely talk about it in a minute. So as the slide reads, Agile software development is a conceptual framework for the software engineering that promotes development iterations throughout the life cycle of project. It is also a software development software developed during 1 unit of time is referred to as an iteration. So going forward, if we say iteration or we say sprint, please treat them interchangeably. And what they are the software developed during 1 unit of time. What is this 1 unit? It can be 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week. At times it is 6 week, but generally it is recommended that it should be anything between 1 week to 4 week. And Agile method also emphasizes working software as the primary measure of progress. So otherwise, in general, what do we consider as measure of progress? We just refer a sheet and we see that we are meeting so and so deadline, we are meeting so and so date, we are on such so and so phase, we are on so and so milestone. But what are these? These are just planned dates for completion of certain work, which is not yielding anything tangible, may or may not yield anything tangible. So Agile doesn't say that. Agile says that your success is fully and solely on the basis of a working product.
which is tangible, which can be used by the user, who user can experience that, and on the basis of the same experience can give feedback to improvise it. So before we get into length on agile and we see how it started and who all contributed to it, let's talk about traditional approach. When I say traditional approach, I'm majorly talking about the waterfall and the other incremental iterative approach. So don't get confused when I say here iterative approach. Waterfall development also happens in iterations, 3 months iteration, 6 months iteration, basically the phases. So they run a complete cycle in phases. So they chalk out their development and deployment plans in phases. So let's see what are few issues that generally are there. So what do we do in a waterfall project? We first finalize our requirements. We freeze our scope. So there is no scope of change in scope, Then there is lack of cross-functional developers. So we have dedicated resources. We have a separate team for development, separate team for quality assurance, separate team for testing, separate team for platforms and infrastructure and stuff like that. And then there are separate teams, with whom you interact for different other dependent works. For example, you are working on a huge enterprise resource planning implementation, and then there is a separate data warehouse team. So you have dependencies on these different teams, which are divided on the basis of technology and platforms. Agile says you should dismantle all these. Then let's see what is another issue. Okay, lack of communication, the communication issue. So what happens? There is a project manager. He governs and decides most of the stuff around your project. So there are issues which are there. A developer faces. Now where does this developer go? Maybe he goes to his line manager, or maybe to a project manager, or maybe he just talks to his peer, he expresses his frustration, and that's it. Nothing happens. Then there is a very weak feedback mechanism. So when do we generally do the retrospective? Actually, we don't do any retrospective in case of waterfall. We definitely look at our lessons learned. Why looking at lessons learned in the end? But that's what we do in our traditional approach. Once we are done with a phase, once we have exited a phase, once we are done with the entire project, once we are closing it, we look at the lessons learned. So do you think that is a good way? So we recreated this whole giant, and in the end, we are looking at whether we met customer requirement or not. And do you think that would give us a good feedback from customer? Will our customer be satisfied and happy? All right, the next point is about bad estimations. Why bad? We are so good. We froze all the requirements and then we estimated on the basis of that. Well, it is bad. Why? Because you can't decide in the very beginning that at the end of 6 years, you are going to create exactly this system. You can't decide that. But this is what we do. We first freeze our requirements and then we decide this is the time. And on basis of what? On the basis of your experience. So if that is so, why not to divide it into smaller chunks? That is what Agile says. Agile says that divide your work into smaller chunks and estimate them. You are any which way is going to do the estimation on the basis of your experience, which includes certain amount of assumption, which includes certain amount of approximation. So why not to do it for a smaller chunk? Why to estimate the entire elephant or a dinosaur? The next point is about fail-late process. Yeah, so that's what we said. What do? We estimate the whole project and then we run the whole project cycle, like entire life cycle of this project. And then only in the end, we reflect back on how we did. So we really fail very late. If we are failing, we get to know only after we have executed the project. Then lesser engagement with client. So why lesser engagement? Because for a simple reason, we met client in the very beginning when we were gathering requirements. And then we meet client when we are delivering the product to him. And in between these 2 points, we did not meet client at all. Now, do you think client will have same mindset for this 6 months, 8 months, a year, or whatsoever length of project it is? Will client be okay with that? I totally think not. And so that is the problem. There is no way of getting feedback. When we said need feedback mechanism, that is what we were saying. We meet client at the beginning and then at the end. And then again, scope creep. Now, because we have fixed scope, if there is a change in the requirement or let's say, in the end of a certain phase, we review it with client, let's say, not necessarily we do that because, and quite possible that client comes back and says that I need a change in the requirement that I submitted. How are you going to handle? There are strict processes in place. You're going to raise a change request, then go through the entire approval cycle. So yeah, there is a big problem of scope creep. And then upfront design resistance change. Yeah, because we have already frozen the whole requirement. We do our design. So what do? You create your F spec, you create your D specs, and once you are done, you just freeze them, and then you just at the speed of light, you just start the development. So these are just few issues with the traditional approach, and these approaches, these issues actually created this need for Agile come into picture. So what is Agile? Agile is our early value delivery approach. So in early 1990s and in late 1980s, the software development cost was high, the code was bulky and full of quality issues. And the approach which was followed was waterfall, obviously. And I just hope you all know that this approach, it was derived from manufacturing, from the assembly lines. Now, what kind of work do you do there? You just do the same repetitive work. And what do you try? You just try and minimize the manufacturing time, and you try to get maximum cost out of it. You try and do the cost cutting. But when you talk about software development, you're talking about people who have brains, who want to use it, who have ideas, who want to bring those ideas in front of their customers, who have aspirations, who want to create something in this world. So can you keep them happy by telling them, shut up, this is your job? That was one of the major problems which came up in late 1980s, and by the end of 1990s, people started doing something. They gathered in smaller communities. They stopped working with giants, and they started practicing their own development methodology. And that is where Agile was cooking up. And some groups were focusing on strictly development approaches. Some were talking about behavior. Some were focused on quality. So, a lot was going on at that point of time in the world, in the developers' world. And Agile is primarily trying to address those issues which developers were raising. And definitely users were also demanding for that change. But somehow the existing system, the traditional approach, wasn't able to address that. And so if you see, I really love this diagram. It shows that if we go our traditional way, what do? We do analysis, then design, then coding and testing. There must be a couple of other steps and phases as well in between. So if you look at the middle, at this point, post-design, where are you? Are you able to create anything which is tangible? I mean, any product which your customer can use? Can you give something at the end of your half time, by the end of your design phase? Can you give something to your customer to use and experience? No, you can't. You can't do it till the time it is tested. By the end of this entire cycle, that means by the end of your traditional project management life cycle. So, Agile proposed something which is very beautiful. They said, we will do everything in iterations. And when I say iterations, as explained earlier, this is fixed timeline. This is a fixed period of time where you would be doing everything from your analysis, design, coding, testing to moving code in the production. So that's what they say. So by the end of your certain amount of time, let's say this amount of time, where would you be? You would be somewhere here, or you would be somewhere here. And what will you have? You will have a completely developed and tested product. Not entire elephant, but maybe its working legs and its trunk, and then you can show it to your customer, and you can decide whether the length of trunk is acceptable or not, whether the length of your leg or the weight of your leg is acceptable or not, something like that. And so whatever you are creating, that portion is 100% usable. So if you're not creating an elephant, you can create something else with the help of that. So, well, that was just an example, but this is how Agile evolved. So if we look at this, in 2001, a group of 17 developers and Agile enthusiasts came together and they proposed Agile Manifesto. They said that we value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So, what is it that makes a project successful? We talk about process, a strong process. We talk about tools. We talk about documentation. We talk about contracts. And what do we say? If you have a good plan in place, half of the battle is already won. So what are these guys saying? These crazy folks who brought in Agile for the world. They said that we value individuals and interactions over process and tools. We value working software over comprehensive documentation, and we value customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And last and very beautiful, to respond to change over following a plan. So Agile Manifesto said that it is not that this strict process should be followed and this tool should be used. They said the developers can decide what process and tools they need, and what is more important, the interaction between these developers and people who are giving them requirements and their customer and their management. So they said we value that more. And what do we give to our customer instead of commitment in documents that by the end of the year, by the end of the quarter, or by the end of this time frame, we'll be delivering this? What do we give our customer? Instead of just a commitment, we give them a working software. And then we don't only believe in negotiating a contract with customer that by the end of so and so time we'll be able to deliver this, and for that we charge this. No, instead we are collaborating with customers, we're trying and understanding customers' need, and we are saying, as you yourself are not clear what you need, you might be confused, you might have half of your dream in your mind, you're still not very clear what do you want for your website, for your tool, for your anything that you want from us. So let us collaborate, let us build it together. So that's what we do in Agile. And last but not the least, we do not restrict you from accepting if there is change in your requirement. We understand your requirement, but we also understand that we will be welcoming whatever change you are bringing in your requirements, because our customer is most important for us. And having all that said, Agile is totally not saying that we do not value anything which is written on the right-hand side. We said while there are values in the item on the right, we value items on the left more. And to name a few, I would take two important names, Ken Schauber and Jeff Sutherland. So these two folks, they created the body which is called Scrum Alliance, as you all must be knowing. So let's just quietly go through the Agile principles. The first principle says it is most important for us to satisfy our customer. Satisfying customer is top priority. We welcome changing requirements even late in the development. We deliver working software frequently, from a couple of weeks to a couple of months. By couple of weeks, it can be a sprint of size couple of weeks to a couple of months, and or multiple sprints. Then the development teams and the business work together. We build projects around motivated people. When we say motivated people, we are talking about those who have enough authority, who know what to do, and who express what they need in addition to create this product for a customer. The most effective and efficient method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. So rather than getting stuck in meetings over calls or writing mails or handing over documents, we believe in having a face-to-face conversation. The primary measure of success is working software. We do not believe in lengthy contract. We do not believe in a comprehensive document. We rather believe in showing you what we are creating for you. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace. And that is why what do? They run their development in iterations so that they gain a rhythm, so that they know their cycle of delivery. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design. So it is said that best of the architectural diagrams emerge from the agile. How we'll see that? Then simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. Now, what do you mean by work not done? So it goes to that 80-20 principle, where they say that out of your 100% work, it is only 20% which is used. So just imagine if you do your work, you complete your 100% and give to your customer, it is possible that that only 20% is the work which has maximum value, and customer might not even use 80% or 60%. So what do? We break up everything and we start with the topmost priority. And hence, what do we end up not doing? Work which is not required. So what do? We maximize the amount of work which is not done, which is not essential at all for us. And what do we end up doing? We end up giving maximum value to our customer. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing team. Why? Because they retrospect again and again, they review what they are doing, and then as per the change we need, they emerge and they create better product. The team regularly reflects on work. Team regularly do the assessment on how they are doing, what they are creating, and gathers feedback from all the stakeholders. So there is this site which is agilemanifesto.org. There you can see all agile principles. Now, I want to share a few myths about agile. So they say that agile development is undisciplined. Definitely, because there are strict processes, and if you go back to the regular project management, there are so many phases, there are so many rules. And agile, it is very simple. The basic and the biggest challenge that agile faces is its simplicity. It is so simple that people faint when they look at it at first. They say, oh my God, is that agile? And do you think it will deliver the product I'm expecting? I think I need a huge team. I think I need a disciplined team. And so do you think agile would be my thing? So the answer is yes, totally. These are just myths, and you will see why. Then they say agile teams do not plan. All right. Then they also say no documentation and no matrix. Then they say there is a poor quality product which is created out of agile. And these are totally myths. These are assumptions, because we are mentally trained to think that anything which is huge is going to be complicated. It can't be simply done. But no, that's not true. Agile is very simple. The only problem is a mindset problem. Then, so this myth says self-organized team can do anything they want. So it's not, a self-organized team can definitely do whatever they want, but then definitely they would need organization's help. So what is the biggest roadblock? The mental shift which every organization at this point or when they were implementing Agile, they required. That was the biggest problem. Design and architecture can be ignored. So now, because Agile says that it is not enforcing any kind of documentation, people assume that there are no design specs or there are no functional. Definitely, it doesn't encourage to have functional specs, but it also doesn't say that you have to have those design specs which are strictly designed as per your PMI, PMBOK or your traditional approaches. Agile keeps it simple. That is the problem. And we also believe that because you're not freezing your architecture, because you're not freezing your requirements, you might not have an arc spec at all, but that's not true. And we'll see how. So these are agile methodologies that emerged. I really like the whole list, and Scrum is the one which is the around 65 to 70% used framework to implement Agile. So these are Scrum XP and Scrum and XP hybrid, custom hybrid. Don't know is also one of the flavors. Then Kanban. I'm sure you all must have heard of Scrum, XP, Kanban. feature-driven development, VSDM, and OpenUP. So these are all various, you can call them various flavors of Agile. So basically, these are, all frameworks to implement Agile. And so in this training, we'll be focusing on Scrum. So let's see what contributed to Agile, what created to Agile. So the contributions from lean principles are eliminating waste, amplifying learning, deciding as late as possible, uh, delivering as fast as possible, empowering the team, building integrity in seeing the whole. And if you look at the Kanban, visualize what you do today, that is have a very simplified workflow, uh, limit the amount of work in progress and enhance flow. So limiting the amount of work in progress is one of the key features in Kanban, which had been adopted in Agile. And again, Agile principle, if you can recall from the previous slide, which said maximizing the work not done. This is here that 80-20 principle. You look at all the features and you see which one are the most frequently requested one, and you work on them first rather than delivering the whole thing in one go. All right. So that was all about Agile. That was just an introduction to Agile.
Here is yet another interesting quiz question for all of you guys. The question is, what is the first step in project planning? And the options for this question are: number 1, defining the project scope; number 2, creating project schedule; number 3, identifying project risk; and number 4 is developing a project budget. Think about it and drop the right answer out of these options in the comment section below.
Let's talk about Scrum. So Scrum is the term adapted from this game Rugby, where you see messy set of players, and what all of them are trying to do, all of them are just trying to possess the ball, and for that, everyone and anyone is doing anything which is required at that moment of time. So there is no defined role. You will not go first, you will not go last. They definitely do strategize as a team, and it is not a fixed practice. You always see there is a change, there is a trick at the end of the play in order to achieve the best outcome for the team. So there is not this one person's game. And then if you also see, there will always be a coach, but there is not the leading player. He's playing at the front and is the first one. No, it's not like that. Definitely there are certain roles decided on the basis of a player's excellence, his mastery on a certain act. But that doesn't mean by the end of the day, everyone is totally into the shit, getting their hands and like whole body dirty and trying to focus on just one goal. And what is that goal? To possess that ball. And that's how we do the Scrum. All right. So here what it says, Scrum in Agile Implementation Framework. So as per the definition in the Ken Schauber and Jetzelens Scrum Guide, they say Scrum is a framework within which people can address complex adaptive problems while productively and creatively delivering products of highest possible value. Scrum is lightweight. When you say lightweight, that means very easy to adapt. There are not a lot of constraints. You want to adopt Scrum, you can do it today itself. You don't have to, you totally don't need anything. You just need motivated people, and that's all. You need honesty, you need collaboration, you need to respect each other. But do you think it is difficult to do? No, it's totally not. Do you think you need to buy something? You need to have certain products and processes in place for that? No, this is a person's nature, a person's integrity. This is very core of human being. So you don't need that. These are the inborn qualities which are there in everyone. So you don't need any of these, which are explained there in other approaches. You don't need a lot of roles and hierarchy. It is very easy to adopt. So the second point is, they say it is very simple to understand. Yes, it is totally simple to understand. It is so simple that it gets over in just one line, and then you say, oh my God, was that Scrum? But it is difficult to master. Why? Well, you'll see. I mean, it is totally very difficult because people don't want to leave their designations. They do not want to break the hierarchy. They are really enjoying it. They measure it as that is their measure of success. They consider it as a measure of their success, how, above the ladder they have reached. So that those are constraints, the organizational constraints, the mindset problem. And that is where wherever we would hear that if you want to implement Agile, you don't need anything, you just need a mindset. You just need that shift in your organization. So let's just read this. Scrum is a framework that has been used to manage complex product development since the early 1990s. Scrum is not a process or a technique for building products. Rather, it is a framework within which you can employ various processes and technique. And Scrum makes clear the relative efficacy of your product management and development practices so that you can improve. All right, so from here on, you would hear me talking a lot about product instead of projects, because Agile actually talks about product. It doesn't talk about a project at all. It doesn't talk about a team. It doesn't talk, I mean, when I say team, I'm talking about organizational teams. So, this team is responsible for this work and that team is responsible for that work. No, it says there is a team, product development team, and that's it. It can have any person, not the software testing team, not the quality assurance team, not the implementation team, not the release management team. No, it doesn't talk about that. It says have one team who knows it all, who can do it totally on their own, and you'll see the magic. So, so before we talk about this, have you done that experiment in your class where you had a barometer and you had acid and a base neutralization test where you would pour alkali from the top, or the base solution from the top, and at certain point, at the tipping point, your solution would turn pink, or it will get neutralized and it will turn transparent. So that is the empirical process, when what you are doing, you're trying, and you do it multiple times so that you can decide, you can get a better accuracy. And this is exactly what constitutes the Scrum. Scrum is an empirical process. Scrum is based on empiricism, or the empirical process control theory. What does it say? It says empiricism asserts that knowledge comes from experience. You try it out a couple of times, right? And make decisions based on what is known. So you did this experiment 5 times, and then you see out of these 5 times, or you do it for 7 times, and out of these 7 times, you see 3 times it was accurate, you see 4 times it was accurate, or almost similar. And so hence you are kind of able to decide, all right, so this is my tipping point. This is what is my constant, which is coming out of all these iterations. Scrum employs an iterative, incremental approach to optimize productivity and control risk. So there are 3 pillars of empirical process control. Transparency, it says outcome must be visible to those who are controlling it. It should be transparent to everyone so that everyone can contribute to what is missing, what is incorrect. Inspection, that means various aspects must be inspected frequently. So, if you have a fixed frequency, you would know this is my inspection time. And after every fixed iteration, you would see where are you. And in case it requires any change, you can do it. So your iteration should be really quick. I mean, quick enough that it allows you to make that change, and quick enough that you don't miss out that there is a requirement for change, or a fix is required. Then adaptation. So now you must be adjusted if one or more aspects of the processes are outside acceptable limits. So what do we see? We need to have transparency, and then we should have inspection, and then according to the observations done in the inspection, you should be able to adapt. All right. And so before we proceed to this whole bigger umbrella of Scrum, let's talk about Scrum values. Scrum value says we need to have openness, that everything about a project is visible to everyone, the transparency. Then we should also have courage to commit and to act and to be open and to give and expect respect. So we should have that courage that we commit, and when we commit, we keep our commitment. Then respect. So not everyone is same. There would be a tester, there would be a developer, there would be, a different role. So you can't expect a developer to be good in testing, or a tester to be as equally equipped in development methodologies as a developer. You need to respect the differences. Individuals are shaped by backgrounds and their experience. It is important to respect the people who comprise a team. And that's why, if there is no respect, there is no bonding, there is no collaboration, and hence there is no learning. You can't learn something from someone if there is no mutual respect. Then focus, do your job. Don't gossip. Don't waste your time in, fiddling your mind here and there. What do you need? You really need to focus all your energy, all your efforts in doing what you have committed. And yes, we talk about the commitment. Be willing to commit to a goal. Commit to your team's goal, what your team is trying to achieve. Be that motivated individual who helps the team to grow. Scrum provides people all the authority. You don't have any excuses that I wasn't allowed to do this. I did not get to do that part. No, go ahead, ask for it, and then make sure that you deliver it. And don't be scared in being honest. Have that courage to be honest, express that you do not need it, you don't know it, and then you need to learn it, and you will definitely get help. And that's the beauty. And now think and tell me, do you see that in the traditional approach? I'm sure you don't see that. You are rushing to complete whatever work is assigned to you. You are scared that if people get to know that you don't know this work, you will get a poor rating. You won't get a good salary hike. So you're not even open, and you're not even telling that you don't know this, and hence you're not getting to learn. And when you don't learn, you don't grow. And so this is heart of Scrum, Scrum values, and that's where I say Scrum is a very beautiful, very different phenomena that if an organization adapts, nobody can stop them from getting first in the competition, in the market race. All right. So that was about Scrum values. Now let's see what is the Scrum framework. So what do we see here? We see product owner, we see team, we see product backlog, we see sprint backlog, we see Scrum Master, we see certain charts, we see 1 to 4 week sprint. All right, so we'll start seeing iterations. These iterations are called sprints in Scrum. What is a sprint? Sprint is a fixed time within which we repeat same kind of development activities, within which we repeat our same set of meetings. And we also see that we are repeating something every 24 hours. So I'm not naming and filling the gap for this something, but when we'll go forward, we will understand what are these somethings. We can see here that there are 3 roles in Scrum: product owner, team, and the Scrum Master. We see that there are certain metrics which show our progress, and we see there are certain kind of events or the meetings or the ceremonies that we do regularly in Scrum, repetitively. And then we also see there is this box which represents finished work. So we see that after every sprint, after every iteration, we see certain amount of finished work. And then we also do a sprint review. We see how we did in this sprint, and then we retrospect. What is it which is missing? What we can improvise? What we need to stop doing? So let's talk about this Scrum framework in length. All right. So these are your Scrum rules. You see here, there is a product owner, a Scrum Master, and Scrum development team. And then there are certain other roles which you interact with in your day-to-day life, in your organization. This is your management, and then you're supporting or facilitating bodies in organizations. So for example, certain teams like infrastructure team, server, hardware, software teams, licensing team, procurement team, all those teams which come under general governance, and they facilitate as a whole to the organization. And Then you have stakeholders. So when I say stakeholders, I'm talking about not just about your customers. I'm also talking about those managers and those counterparts who are investing into a certain product which you are asked to develop. So I'm talking about those stakeholders who have a strong say on the entire uh, product development cycle. And lastly, and like most importantly, your users. So it is not just the customer who are buying, who are buying the product. It is everyone who is impacted, who is using the services and the product which you are providing. Customer would also be your user. All right, so let's talk about product owners. So uh, something which is very important that you have to remember about product owner is he is your single ringable neck. He will be caught whole if something goes wrong with your product and the entire project in short. This guy, he meets all your stakeholders. If we see here, he takes input from all executives, your different teams, your customers, your users. And on the basis of that, this guy, he creates a list of uh, features which this product would be providing to its end users. He decides, and so he does your release planning. He decides your release date and what would be content at which point of time. So you would do a release planning and there would be milestones which will be achieved. So this guy, in conjunction with your users and customers and stakeholders, decides what should be your target delivery at which point. Then he is responsible for profitability of product. That means ROI. So this guy is in a very difficult position. He has to ensure that whatever the requirements he is bringing to team to work on are agreed upon, and they provide they provide the ROI to the organization. Then this guy prioritizes feature according to market value. So this guy tries and get maximum value from the work which is done. And he also adjusts feature and priority every iteration as needed. Lastly, this guy accepts or rejects work result, your work done. So if you see, he is in a very responsible position and he is single ringable neck. So he might be little demanding, he might be little difficult, and he may be little worried that whatever is happening should be visible to him. Whatever is happening, is it reaching to the expected destination? And so generally, what we have seen in the project management role, we have seen that there is a project manager who is doing all of this. But in addition to that, he's doing other roles as well. We'll talk about those roles and we'll see how that project manager is different from product owner. So let's move on to the next role, and which is Scrum Master. So what does he do? He represents management to the project. He's responsible for enacting Scrum values and principles. He removes impediments, ensures that team is fully functional and productive, enable close collaboration across all the role and functions. He shields the team from external influence, including influence of product owner. All right, so now if you combine these two responsibilities, you would kind of get an image for your project manager. But in actual traditional project management, do you see all of that happening? I mean, do you really see that you get to talk to your project manager and you tell all your personal and professional and organizational issues to him, and you get input from him on all the issues? No, it doesn't happen. There is not enough time. Your project manager is busy in telling you requirements, and if there are certain cross team or cross functional or cross organizational issues, he would be collaborating and helping everyone on that. But this Scrum Master guy, he's your mentor, he's your coach. He helps you with everything. So you face any problem, any challenge, you talk to this Scrum Master and he helps. He ensures that everyone in team is getting equal opportunity to work and learn. He ensures that team is understanding what is product owner's requirement. He ensures that team understand whatever organizational constraints are, and tries and helps team in finding out their own solutions. He enables team. He helps team in becoming self-capable. He keeps team motivated. So he's your guy who will fetch you a glass of water, as well as he's your guy who will tell you, guys, you're not here. So he's your, guy for everything. Whatever you need, you go to your Scrum Master, and then the Scrum Master will go and he'll arrange for all the meetings which are required, all the discussions which are not there. He'll establish all the bridges which are not there. And he will also work with your product owner, help him in writing down requirements clearly, more developer friendly. And he will also work with the developers to take their concerns with the developers to address the concerns which are raised by the product owner. So let's see, what do developers do? So this team is Scrum Development Team. Don't get confused between Scrum Team and Scrum Development Team. Scrum Team is a team which comprises of product owner, Scrum Master, and the Scrum Development Team. And Scrum Development Team is solely the development team. If you see, prescribed size for the team is 6 plus minus 3, which is, it can be 6 members to 9 members team. It is a cross-functional team. So you don't have a dedicated role. You want everyone to be as dynamic and as cross-functional and know as much as possible. And see, this is the beauty of Scrum. You do not get to do that in the waterfall environment. You might have a dedicated team for your regression testing and coordination for user testing and system acceptance testing. But in Scrum, what you do, you have a cycle of just 7 days or 2 weeks. In that time, you do not go and coordinate with random people outside. You have your own team, and this team is capable enough to do every damn thing for this project, for this product's development. Then members should be full-time, because what happens if you have multitasking people, that means people working on different projects, they would not be able to give their complete attention to the product. If they can't give complete attention to the product, they cannot give those valuable suggestions. They won't think about the product as a whole. They would just think about the work they are supposed to do. What do we want? Scrum says it wants its team to collaborate and to contribute as a whole. So it is not just product owner's responsibility to provide the list of features. It is development team's responsibility as well, that they can contribute to enrich the features that we are going to deliver. And then it is product owner and Scrum Master's responsibility that they ensure that the team don't spend much of time in gold plating. So we'll talk about that later. And so let's see. Yeah, so it says team are self-organizing. You know what? A good Scrum team generally is capable of letting Scrum Master go after 8 to 10 iterations. And then Scrum Master can go and help the other Scrum product development. So team is so self-organizing and motivating that soon they start doing everything for which they were needing Scrum Master. And over 5 to 8 sprints, you would see that work of Scrum Master reduces to 50% almost. And because then they start setting up meetings on their own, they know majority of stakeholders and users from whom they need certain help, certain input on the work they are doing, and they collaborate better, they exchange information better, they are transparent. So just imagine, it helps the entire team as well as Scrum Master so much. So what are the points which are written here under self-organizing? It says what to do if a team self-organizes someone of the team. So this team knows if they need to reach out to someone who is outside their team, and so they do not even wait for Scrum Master to come and help them. They keep everything transparent. They keep on collaborating. So it's not that they would just drop a mail and then wait for the response. They would quickly go and talk. A lot of organizations even make their entire team sit together, and they keep product owner outside. And in the name of transparency, they even try out giving a glass room so that it is visible what team is doing from inside. But those were just certain experiments. But it is really good to keep team together so that they don't get stuck into mails. And so, here people are not bothered about their performance. They're not bothered how they'll be assessed. What they're totally focused on is on the product, how this product can be an exceptional product. And so a lot of teams are actually rated as a whole. Individuals aren't rated. Team is rated. So now focus totally shifts on team's welfare and not on individual welfare. And then ideally no titles, but rarely as possible. So yeah, somebody is really good in testing. So he's your testing expert. So you can have your own. So there are no titles other than being a developer. There is absolutely no title. But internally, yes, you can recognize people as, oh, he's in my he's a technical expert, or he's a testing expert, a quality expert, things like that. You can always have them internally. But as such, Scrum doesn't prescribe any title. And lastly, membership can change only between sprints. So now you see, you need a self-motivated cross-functional team. And so you have developed one such team. Do you think it is advisable, or it is good to change that team? So until, of course, it is very much required, someone resigned or someone is very much required into another critical project, something like that, it is always advisable that don't change team. Because on the basis of on the team's performance, how fast they can deliver, you estimate, you scope for your future sprints, and you do your release planning. And that's what Scrum says. What does it do? If we look back at the empiricism, we see that Scrum is based on empiricism, where empiricism asserts that knowledge comes from experience. So this team is becoming more and more experienced and making decisions based on what is known. So it was unknown when we started our first and second and third sprints. We knew very less. But as we started working on, we interacted with customer. We had more and more backlog. We had our vision, and we met certain goals. We now clearly know, and our knowledge has also grown, not just in terms of function, it also grew in terms of technology. Scrum employs an iterative incremental approach to optimize productivity and control risk. So by the end of your fourth and fifth sprint, you are so good that you can estimate, all right, so this is the amount of work we can do by the end of 6 sprints or 8 sprints, and hence we can do our release planning. All right, so that was about Scrum roles. We will talk more about Scrum Master role in later part of the training. Let's move on to all right, this is one interesting story, and it's a joke, and it is always used. You would hear it always. Pig and chicken. Today, the chicken comes and says, hey, pig, I am thinking we should open a restaurant. So then pig says, I don't know, what would we call it? He says, how about ham and eggs? So just see, this chicken who would come with an egg would be his investment. But what do pig needs to? He needs to give away part of his body. So he says, no thanks, I would be committed, but you will only be involved. So that is what happens. This Scrum team as a whole, the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the developers, they all are committed to this project. If something goes wrong, they go wrong. They are totally gone. Everything comes on them. All right, so let's focus on another important aspect, which is Scrum artifacts. So what is artifact? Artifact is something tangible. Artifact is certain work that shows you what you want to achieve and what you have already achieved, in short. So let's just read this. It says Scrum's artifacts represent work or value to provide transparency and opportunities for inspection and adaptation. Artifacts defined by Scrum are specifically designed to maximize transparency of key information so that everybody has the same number of artifacts and same understanding of the artifact. So defined artifacts there are only 3, and then around these artifacts there are certain which help you in coming on same understanding. So what is number 1? Number 1 is product backlog, then sprint backlog, and then income. Let's talk about product backlog. So your product backlog is basically a list of features or list of work to be done, which is gathered by your product owner with the help of your stakeholders, from the input from your users, customers, stakeholders, and also while discussing with the development team. What is also product backlog? It is a prioritized list of items which need to be done. And it also has estimation around what needs to be done. So if you see that this can be a product backlog list, it has certain features F, A, B, C, D, whatever. It also talks about which is top priority, which is second priority, and so on. And then it talks about estimation. So we'll talk about agile estimation later. For now, I have just written them. These are story points. So story point is one of the ways we do estimations in Agile in Scrum. So what is product backlog? Product backlog is your list of features, your work that needs to be done. And it is a prioritized list of features. And it also includes issues that need to be fixed, which are observed while various development cycles. So what creates product backlog? What do we need to begin with? We need a vision. If we want to do anything, the first and the foremost thing that we need the vision. The product vision paints a picture of feature that draws people for your product. It describes who the customers are, what customers need, and how these needs will be met. It captures the essence of product, the critical information we must know to develop and launch a winning product. Developing an effective product vision entails carefully answering following questions. Now, these are generic questions. If you answer them, you would actually be able to define a perfect vision, a near perfect vision for your product. Who is going to buy the products? Who is the target customer? Which customer needs will the product address? Which product attributes are critical to satisfy the needs selected and therefore the success of product? How does the product compare against existing products, both from competitors and the same company? What are the product's unique selling points? What is the target time frame and the budget to develop and launch the product? Product owner is responsible for creating product vision. So all these questions, if you ignore the last line, if you answer all these questions, you would have a wonderful product vision. So you can't have something vague. I want to eradicate poverty from the world or hunger from the world. You need to have a vision which is tangible, which looks achievable. So for example, I want to create a social media website where I want everyone to collaborate under the same roof so that the world becomes one world. So that can be your product vision. All right, so with the help of this product vision, once you have a clear product vision, what does product vision give you? It tells you what product you want to give out to your users. And how do you know that? Because you already know who are my users, what are their needs, what would they take from me, what are other products already available. On those products, what are my unique features? Why should my users take me over everybody else? Stuff like that. So once you have that clarity, you define your product vision. And so remember, for any of your agile projects in your organizations, what do you need as first thing? You need your project vision very clearly. On the basis of that, you create your product backlog. So what is your product backlog? Your product backlog is list of those features. And and as you progress, you develop, you find out bugs in your development, you add them as well to your product backlog. So we'll talk about that. So coming back to the product backlog, you have product backlog which has items. So the list of features or list of the work that needed to be done in the product backlog, each of these items is called product backlog item, PBIs in short. Now these product backlog items should have these 6 qualities. It should meet the INVEST criteria. They should be independent. They should be negotiable. They should be valuable. They should be estimable, and they should be small enough. They should not be huge because then you can't estimate them. And then they should be testable. You should be able to test them. There shouldn't be. So if we talk about the first criteria, that they should be independent. If there is a lot of dependency, you cannot develop the product within that small sprint of 2 weeks or 3 weeks or anything less than 4 weeks. So it should be small enough that it can be delivered within one sprint, and it should be negotiable so that you can tell your customer and that what value it provides, and in case you would want to swap it with another item. So it should be negotiable. Then it should be valuable. It should bring in some value to the entire product and to your customer. Then it should be estimable. It should not be so big that you can't say, I don't know how much time it will take. First, it needs to be done by this team, then certain team would do additional work, and then ultimately it will come to me, and then I'll be able to tell how much time I'll require or how much effort I'll require. So it should be estimable. So break it down and make it small, and that's why they say it should be small. It should be consumed within one sprint or maybe two sprints. And last but not least, it should be testable. You should know how to test it, because if you don't know how to test it, you can't assure the quality and you can't scale upon it. And so these product backlog items, they are generated by product owner with the help of what? With the input from everyone, the stakeholders, the team, the customers and end users. And then team collectively meets as you progress in the development cycle. Team collectively meets and grooms it. So there is a separate meeting which is called product backlog grooming. We'll talk about it later. But team as a whole, and when we say team, it includes everyone: product owner, Scrum Master, and the development team. All right, so let's talk about sprint backlog. So we just talked about product backlog. Product backlog, that means work that needs to be done, features which need to be delivered in order to create this wonderful product. Now what do? We have seen that we do our iterations. What are these iterations called? We call them sprints. So all the development work is done in sprints. And what is the nature of these sprints? They are all same. They are all same size. They are of same length. So they are for 1 week or 2 weeks. So what do we call this length that we execute sprint? It is called time box. Time box, that means we are fixing time for each activity. So each sprint is of same time box. Each ceremony is of same time box. All right. So let's just read. I will first focus on this example which is pasted here. We are forecasting that we would be able to deliver PayPal, Visa and Amex for this sprint, aren't we? Yes, we are committing to improve the payment option for this site. That is our sprint's goal. And then we have so and so in our product backlog. So how do we create our product backlog? With the help of our sprint backlog, with the sprint goal. What do we want to achieve within this sprint? So we know clearly we have our product vision. On the basis of that, we created our product backlog. And now we have decided our length of sprint, which is we have decided our time box. Let's say it is 2 weeks. So in the entire training, I will keep on talking about 2 weeks. When I say 2 weeks, I'm talking about our sprints time box. I'm talking about our sprints length. All right. So in these 2 weeks, what do we want to achieve? What do we focus on? So this guy, he's saying so for this sprint, we are committed to improve payment options for our site. So your site is a e-commerce site and it provides a lot of feature. It provides you products, online products you want to buy. It provides you viewing facility. It provides you the cart in which you can select your products and buy anytime. It provides integration with your payment gateway. So that's what they're focusing. This sprint, these folks are focusing on improving payment options for their site. All right, so let's look at the description the other fellow is giving. So we are forecasting that we would be able to deliver PayPal, Visa, and Amex for this sprint. All right, so this sprint, their goal is to improve payment options. And how do they do it? By integrating PayPal, Visa, and Amex to their site. So these are their deliverables for this sprint. What are they? They are sprint backlog. This is what they are going to work in this sprint, and to achieve this goal, which is improving their payment options. So now let's read these bulleted points. They say set of product backlog items selected for a sprint. A plan for delivering the product increment and realizing the sprint goal. A forecast by the development team about what functionality will be in the next increment. The work needed to deliver above mentioned functionality into a done increment. So what do we mean by done? We will talk about it. And we also talked a bit about sprint goal. We will just elaborate it in the next slide. And last, the development team modifies the sprint backlog throughout the sprint. How do they do that? When we are saying we are fixing sprints, we are committing a sprint goal, how do we do? Then why do we change the sprint backlog? You see that. All right. So this is just a sample document taken up from the internet. You may not necessarily create that, but what you definitely need is a sprint goal. Every sprint you should have a goal defined. Sprint's goal is a short statement of what work will be focused on during the sprint. What are we trying to achieve within this sprint? That will be our sprint goal. It contains set of selected product backlog items which deliver one coherent function. So all these items which we have decided to work within this sprint, they focus on one function, focus on same functionality. I mean, I'm not saying just one functionality will be delivered. I'm saying a set of functionality will be delivered. But decided that would be part of your sprint's goal. Sprint goal is that coherence which causes the development team to work together. So the entire team focuses. So once they know this is goal of my sprint, they all work together to deliver that committed goal. Development teams and not individuals stay focused on sprint goal. Yeah, and so again, team is collaborative, team is in unison, team is just one, and they all focus on the development, on the delivery of this goal. Sprint goal gives development team that flexibility as per which they change sprint backlog and tasks. Awesome. So this is where, so what happens, the product owner brings them a list of tasks which needs to be done. And looking at that task and sprint goal, they can tell product owner that, you know, we don't need to do item number 4 now because it is not related to sprint goal and it is not going to add any value to this goal. It may definitely add value to some other functionality, but in order to achieve this goal, we don't need to do this. Instead, we missed upon doing XYZ. We need to add that as a backlog item for this sprint. If the work turns out to be different than the development team expected, they collaborate with the product owner to negotiate the scope of sprint backlog within the sprint. So there is a planning meeting where you meet your product owner and you commit to product owner that you are going to deliver this much amount of work. So let's say when team started development and they realize that what they're working on is different from expected, they go back and meet the product owner immediately and brings up this concern and negotiate the scope. They tell that before meeting scope A, they first, before meeting the goal A, they need to meet goal X, and product once understood, agrees to that and lets them change the scope and hence the backlog items within the sprint. Last item of our artifacts, which is increment. The increment is sum of all the product backlog items completed during a sprint and all previous sprints. So let's say we are standing at 7th sprint. So your increment at the end of 7th sprint will be the amount of work done, the items delivered basically. The artifacts delivered by the end of sprint 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4 and so on till first sprint. So it shows how many user stories we have delivered. We'll talk about user story later, but in short, you can understand a user story is a requirement defined as per your users. So you would see that increment shows how many user requirements are delivered by the end of your X sprint. At the end of sprint, increment must be done according to Scrum team's definition of done. All right, so we will talk about definition of done. And the increment must be in a usable condition regardless of whether the product owner decides to actually release it. When we say release it, basically to move it in production or not. Or maybe it is there in the production, but make it accessible to end user or not. And that is product owner's decision. But what does team try and meet? They try and meet their commitment to the goal of the sprint. They try and meet their commitment of the user stories, the backlog items that they have committed within the sprint. And so the increment must be in a usable condition. That by the end of the sprint, when you show what you have worked, this work should be in a consumable condition. All right, so let's talk about definition of done. Now this is a very beautiful concept. This brings everyone on same page. When a product backlog item or an increment is described as done, everyone must understand what does done mean. So you must have seen a lot of time that you think that your work is done, but still your manager is saying, no, it is not done. So there should be a common definition of done, which will tell what needs to be done for each task so that it is considered acceptable, so that it is considered complete, so that it can do some value addition. Let's see what is the purpose of definition of done. It enables time estimation. If you don't know what people mean by done, asking them for an estimation is pointless. Exactly. So let's say you are developing certain feature and you have very beautiful ideas, you have very good thoughts that you can provide user web page which would give them access to database and where they can fill in information and they can also retrieve information and various functions. But this can be an endless list. So what you need to understand is where to stop. You need to understand what all features are required to be completed, and then only this item would be called done. And if you don't know, you would just keep on endlessly pouring your inputs and keep on adding to your list of to-do items, and you can never tell it will how much time you would require to complete it. Avoid misunderstandings. So when having conversation about work in progress, about progress, work being done, and so on, shared definition helps avoiding misunderstanding and disagreement. If you all have common definition about your done, you would already know when you say my work is done, you would know that okay, 1, 2, 3 condition is met. And then it also assures quality. So whenever there is an audit, whenever you are looking at your product's quality, because your definition of done has included those points, they are already taken care. For example, your test cases, your refactoring, your code documentation, your design documentation, anything. So if that is part of, so your definition of done is a kind of checklist which includes what needs to be done in order for an item to be declared completed. It is discussed and accepted by all. Now what are the properties? The definition of done is dynamic. It evolves with teams learning. And so what happens when team is very new, they have a very basic definition of done. Let's say their definition is done that a product would, a development task would be considered done when PO reviews and accepts it. So that is your definition of done, simple. And it can be, we should not have any P1 by the end of sprint. So you ensure that all your P1 bugs or all your P1 requirements are taken care before the end of the sprint. That's it. So it can be anything. But as you grow, as you mature, you start looking at testing point of view, you start looking from quality point of view, and then you keep on including your checks. Your checklist keeps on growing, and on the basis of that, your definition of done keeps on evolving. If not entirely, a lowest common denominator of DoD can be same across the team. When I say DoD, I'm talking about definition of done. So when we talk about multi-level Scrum implementation, when we see multiple teams are doing, or we are interacting with different teams who are contributing to this product, we might want to have a similar definition of done. And if every team has a different need, every team has different circumstances, different kind of work, not necessarily they might have same definition of done. So they can have certain portion, for example, P1 can always be acceptable for everyone. We won't want any P1 by the end of the sprint. So, such. Then the last point is the level of sharing also depends at the level DoD is used. Yeah, so you can always define that by the end of the sprint, code documentation, test cases, and your design documentation should be done. So, if that is part of your DoD, you are definitely creating those documents. And if it says that there should be a meeting to have a look at all of them, you are already ensuring that sharing and transparency in your team with the help of your DoD. All right. So, so the diagram on the right hand side is again taken from the internet, and I really liked it. It says, so do you think your definition of done is at task level, or do you think it is at your sprint level, or is it at your release level, or maybe at the product level? So yes, there can be 4 or maybe 5 level of your definition of done. The decision rests on the answer to following 3 questions. Can we do this activity for each feature? No. Then can we do this activity for each sprint? No. Then can we do this activity for our release level? Activities can be test cases, the quality checks, your release planning, or your documentation, or your architectural review, stuff like that. So you would see, you have a checklist and you want all these items to be checked before you exit. So you would see, can this be defined for each item? Oh no, this is too discrete. We don't need that. So should we do it at sprint level? Is it okay? Generally, definition of dones are there at sprint level because that is easier for everyone to absorb and easier for everyone to accept. Wow. So we just talked about our Scrum roles. We talked about our Scrum artifacts. Now let's talk about ceremonies. This will kind of complete our Scrum framework for us. There is a lot which we would be talking in length in our later sessions, but this at least completes us the base on which we can further communicate and understand. So there are 4 standard ceremonies in Scrum as per the Scrum guide: sprint planning, daily Scrum, sprint review, and retrospective. And here, with the help of these ceremonies, you would see how the inspection and adaptation is happening. So we are doing inspection at 4 levels, and in fact 6 levels. If you see other items, you do a release planning, and then you also do a backlog grooming. So let's first talk about the 4 standard ceremonies which are there in the Scrum. So the first one is your sprint planning. So so don't get confused. You might have questions: who would give this to me, this information? Who would decide team? Who would decide what should be time box for our sprints? Who would decide how much time I'll be investing in the development work for this product and stuff like that? Don't worry, we'll talk about sprint zero. Sprint zero is not a standard term, but an emerging term in previous few years. And in this sprint, team gets to know who is the Scrum Master, who is the product owner, and they also understand how much time they can give to their project. And we thought ideally it should be a dedicated resource. As far as possible, it should be 100% time, so that you're focused. on this product. All right, so let's talk about sprint planning. Your sprint planning meeting, what does it help you in doing? It helps you with your team capacity, your product backlog, your business conditions, your current product, state of your product, in all the technologies which will be required. And so there are two parts, if you can see here. Part one is sprint prioritization, and your part two is sprint planning. In this sprint planning meeting, part one, what do you focus on? You focus on your sprint goal. So what do? You look at your sprint goal, and then you look at your product backlog. And so all the items on the left-hand side are kind of input to your sprint planning meeting, and all the items on the right-hand side are your sprint, your takeaways from the sprint planning meeting. So in the sprint planning meeting, your product owner generally comes with a goal in his mind that he wants to meet, and your Scrum team discusses this goal with your product owner and help them in modifying the sprint goal if required, if necessary, if they see value in that. And it is always product owner who finally accepts team commitment, team suggestion, team's input. It is at product owner's discretion. A lot of time we feel that product owner is not understanding. A lot of time we feel that he's forcing certain amount of work, but it is not that. Product owner has far more better visibility on product. He knows what stakeholders are expecting. He knows what is management's expectation. So it is a Scrum Master's role to ensure that team's questions are heard and answered by product owner. The team is getting answer to their questions and concerns. And now you would also understand why product owner and Scrum Masters should be two separate roles. Product owner's interest would be to bring in maximum value, to get maximum value out of work done. And Scrum Master's role is here to facilitate. If product owner would focus on facilitating, he might not be able to do justice with the work that he wants to get done from the team. So he would be focusing more and more how much value he can get from the team. And so Scrum Master is that neutral role which helps team in providing the environment which they are looking for. And so in the sprint planning meeting, you look at you have the product owner has team capacity information, and he has product backlog already ready. He has business conditions. That means you might have blackout during certain period of time of year when you can't make production deployments. You might have server downtimes. You might have maintenance activities. Stuff like that. So those are the business conditions, availability and unavailability of various stakeholders, things like that. Then the current product, what we want to create, and all the technologies that are available with team, the resources which are available with team, and as input, product owner talks about what should be sprint goal, what should be goal for this particular sprint. He analyzes and evaluates product backlog and selects certain product backlog items and tells team that this is what he wants to achieve. This is what he thinks. Team discusses and provides their opinion that this should be done and this should not be done. There's a dependency on this item. This item should be further broken down, and so on. So that is part one. And once team has finalized that yes, this is what we think we can commit to this sprint, then there is part two which starts. Part two is creating a sprint backlog. When we talk about sprint backlog, we are talking about that chunk of product backlog which needs to be delivered within this sprint to meet this sprint goal. So then what does team do? Team further breaks it down into smaller items. Team decide how to achieve this sprint goal. I mean, they talk about the design, the architectural requirements, and then team creates a task list which needs to be done within the sprint, and then team also estimates and do the assignment, who would be doing which item, how much they think will be assigned to each task, and there would be discussions about estimation as well. So as a whole, in the planning meeting, what do? You decide your sprint's goal, You select those user stories, you select those listed product backlog items which will contribute to this sprint goal, and you commit to product owner. And if you think anything needs to be changed, you discuss that with the product owner. And once you come out of this sprint planning meeting, what do you have? You have your sprint backlog ready, assigned and estimated. All right, so let's move on to daily scrum. So now you are in a position to roll the wheel. Now you are all set. You have everything with you. You have your requirements ready for this sprint. Now, as we will progress, you would start seeing why it is important to do things in sprints in the smaller cycles. So when you have your product backlog items ready, what you would do, you would meet daily. One thing that we missed here, we did not talk about what should be the length of, what should be the time box for the planning meeting. So for a calendar month, that means for a 4-week sprint, your allowed time is 8 hours. And so accordingly you reduce. So for a 2-week sprint, your time box would be 4 hours and so on. So for your 1-week sprint, it will be just 2 hours. And this is a sufficient window. And your Scrum Master facilitates it. Your Scrum Master ensures that the discussion is focused on what needs to be done. Your discussion is not, going away from the focus. Let's talk about daily stand-up. Now, daily stand-up is a meeting that enables your team to share progress with each other. It is not monitoring where you have, it is not a status update meeting. Instead, you have to look at it as a meeting where you share progress with each other. Now you are one team, you are helping each other to reach that common goal. Nobody is judging you, nobody is assessing you. And after all, it's like you can't hide your disease, else you will be contaminating. The whole soulfish will be contaminating the entire pool. So what do you need? You need to come up with your issues ASAP and discuss with your team and try and find solution. What do you all do? You make visible, impediments. So all the problems which surface up, which all the issues that team is facing are called impediments. Your Scrum Master facilitates. Scrum Master helps you in getting resolution to those impediments. And generally, it is not that Scrum Master tells do this instead of do that. He helps team in finding out solution for themselves. Everyone stands in a circle and reports 3 things. So it's not necessary that you stand in a circle, and for remote teams generally meet over a bridge call or a WebEx or a GoToMeeting or things like that. So, but what do? They fix their time that they meet every day at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. or 12:30 in the afternoon and stuff like that. And then what do? What are the 3 questions they focus on? What did I do since the last daily Scrum meeting? So they tell, I was busy in so and so. So now just imagine if you are engaged into multiple projects, will it be productive for you? You might not necessarily do anything at all. And so that's why they say they need focused resources. They need dedicated resource for the project. And you would really see drastic result if you have focused, dedicated resources. So you talk about what? You talk about what did you do since last daily Scrum? What did you do yesterday? What did you do till this point of time? Then what will you try to do in the by the time you will meet for the daily Scrum meeting, next daily Scrum meeting? So you commit. So what are you doing? You are assessing yourself where you have reached in one day. Then you are committing for next day, and then you also talk what are your blockages, what is the problem that you are facing. And the time box for your daily Scrum is only 15 minutes. So your Scrum Master really needs to focus and ensure that the discussion is relevant. If someone wants to talk about how you have developed so-and-so functionality, let's say there are multiple, you all would agree that there are several roads to reach to one destination. There are multiple approaches to develop a certain piece of code or functionality. So you do not initiate those discussions here. If you have problem, you would just mention, I have problem in finding a solution to data fix or data grooming. And then another team member, if he knows, he would say, I know and I can help you. But you take that discussion out of your daily scrum. You do not discuss it there. And also, you do not wait for till your daily scrum. Instead, if you see any problem, you then and there go to your scrum master or to your team and say that I'm facing this problem. Can someone help? And so this is how you go. That's what Scrum Master tries and do. He ensures that there are no discussions or debates. Everyone's just listening. This is what I have done. This is what I'm going to do. And these are the problems and challenges I am facing. No problem solving discussion happens in the daily stand-up. You can always have a separate meeting for that. So now you see, you can actually complete your daily stand-up in 15 minutes. And then we were also talking about team size. So what was the team size? Anything between 3 to 9. So just imagine if you have a team of 9, if you have a team anything more than 9, do you think it is manageable at all? No, that's why the Scrum team size is always between 3 to 9. This point, it says team and Scrum Master only are the participants. You don't have PO generally in your Scrum, daily Scrum. Until and unless you have certain question for your product owner, you don't have product owner. You know what? Why? Because product owner can actually put a pressure on speeding up the development pace. He might see, oh my God, you guys haven't completed even 3 items by this day. I was hoping and expecting that you should be able to do. So in order to, save team from all those pressures, product owners are generally kept out of daily scrum. And also, it is not necessary that product owner might have time. He might not have time for that. So generally, team keeps product owner away from that. Feedback for completed work. These are the 2 things for which you do the sprint review. Basically, in the sprint review meeting, you go and show your work that you have completed within this sprint. You show your features that you have created in this sprint, and you show it to product owner. It is product owner who is ultimately going to accept or reject the work which is completed so far. In the sprint review meeting, you may also want to invite your end users or your stakeholders to show the work which is done, and you gather input from them on the work which is done. So it is kind of showcase. It is generally very encouraging for the development team because they get to show what they have done so far, and they can randomly choose who would be demonstrating what had been created and developed so far. They might also want to give it to product owner to show what had been created so far. Product owner demonstrate this to the stakeholders. Now, what is the output of this sprint review meeting? The product owner must base his approval or rejection on the agreed upon acceptance criteria for each commitment. All right, so what is acceptance criteria? We'll talk about it. But in general, I'm just telling that for every feature or for every story or for every task, there is a defined acceptance criteria that if these criteria are met, that means this work is acceptable. So we also talked about definition of done. Then what is the difference between acceptance criteria and definition of done? Okay, so definition of done as a whole is defining what is acceptable to everyone across. And when we talk about acceptance criteria, that is a task level, story level acceptance. And it can be different for each story. When you are talking about gateway design, there will be different criteria which would define your work to be done. When you're talking about your database design, there would be different acceptance criteria. So, each item, each work item will have different criteria which would make it acceptable. And but as a whole, if you talk about your sprint or you talk about your release, you might want to have documentations in place. You might want to have quality testing in place. You might want to have user acceptance testing in place. Those kind of things which define product as a whole are your definition of done. All right, so the next output is team gives the demonstration and not the Scrum Master. And it can also be product owner who may give this demonstration to all the stakeholders and buyers who are sitting there. Then team is held collectively accountable for any failed commitment, not the Scrum Master, not the product owner. It is team. Team owns the work which is getting done. But prior to that, it is product owner's responsibility that he is providing team correct list of feature. His understanding of what user is needing is correct. And hence, a lot of time, product owner might want to bring in developers to understand users' perspective. And this is very much also the purpose of a sprint review meeting to understand what user is requiring and what are the rules for the sprint review. The product owner must base his approval or rejection on the agreed upon acceptance criteria for each commitment. So when product owner provides a user story or a requirement, he also provides with it the acceptance criteria on the basis of which he would call this work acceptable or non-acceptable. The team gives the demonstration and not the Scrum Master. That is the rule. It is team's platform to show what they have done, how they have delivered, how beautifully they have created what the user was needing. And the team held collectively accountable. So there is no finger pointing. And not one person is held responsible. So everyone takes up a task, and that is why it is very important that there is a transparency. So when you meet for daily stand up, you share that you have done this, and you might want to reconnect with your peers, your teams, and want to discuss that whatever I have done, I kind of have doubts that this might not work, and so that is where your transparency comes into picture. Your sharing, your collaboration comes into picture. You show what you have done, your team does a peer review, and uh, if some issue is found, team helps you in fixing that issue. All right, so last but not least is sprint retrospective. So once you're done with your sprint review, once you have showcased the work that you have done, you all go back, either you got clapping or you got some slapping. I mean, not literally slapping, but yes, feedback which was not very happy to and goes back and reflects on what they have done, what went well, and what needs to be improvised in the coming sprints. And what is outcome of this meeting? The list of steps to be taken for making the next sprint more enjoyable and productive. So what is the rule? No blaming, no finger pointing. Everyone must contribute enthusiastically for the continuous improvement. Things, those who are invested, those who have committed. So there are three questions that we answer in the retrospective meeting. What went well? And that means what we need to continue doing. What went wrong? That means what we need to stop. And what is missing? That means what we need to start. So start, stop, and continue. These are the three things that we do in the retrospective meeting. All right, so now if we go back and have a look at the Scrum Framework diagram, we will be better able to understand it. All right, so now, so at the beginning, it is really difficult to explain what is this framework showing. But in the end, by now, as you know, all the roles, all the ceremonies, and all the artifacts, you can see this product owner is taking input from all the stakeholders, customers, users, and executives from different teams. And what is he creating? He's creating backlog. What is a product backlog? Product backlog is basically a list of features, list of requirements from the customers. They are also called product backlog item or user stories or features. We'll talk about user story in length separately. So then a portion of this product backlog is taken and consumed in a sprint with a fixed goal. And how the goal is decided? It is decided in the sprint planning meeting, and accordingly, product backlog items and user stories are selected to create a sprint backlog. every sprint has same fixed time box. That means it can be between from 4 weeks to from 1 week to 4 weeks. Now, sprint backlog is consumed, is worked upon by Scrum team, Scrum development team in one sprint, and they meet daily. They meet this is also called daily Scrum meeting, daily stand-up meeting. Why stand-up? Because people generally meet at a certain spot and they stand there and they talk and they go. And it is only a 15 minutes meeting. It happens every 24 hours. And so what do? They inspect and adapt. They see how they are doing, and then if a change is required, and then they adapt. So you see how many level of inspection and adaptations are happening in a Scrum framework. Are 24 hours, that means daily review is happening. Then once in a sprint review is happening, and then once in a review is happening, and then at the end of the entire product development life cycle, a review is happening. So you are doing 4 level of reviews. And do you do that in your regular project management and project execution approach? No, you don't do that. Okay. And also, so when you look at the framework, you see that there are certain burn down up charts. We'll talk about them later, but it shows that it's a certain matrix which shows the progress on the work. Also, you see the progress on your work daily. And so if you see that you are slow, you can speed up, you can collaborate and help each other. And so what do we see? That sprint by the end of the sprint, there is a potentially shippable product ready, and which is tangible and can be consumed by your user. And then what do? By the end of your sprint, you meet and you review the work which is done with whom, with your product owner, with your other stakeholders. And if something goes wrong, you take the ownership as the development team and collectively work upon it and ensure that that problem doesn't happen in the next sprint. And then what do? You go back, and you all meet and you do your sprint retrospective. And what do you focus on retrospective? You focus on the way you are working majorly. You improvise your practice of working so that in the next sprint you deliver better quality product, you have a better working environment, and hence you are happily doing, you're more focused, you're producing a better product.
Hello guys, here is third question for all of you. This is a bit tricky question. The question is, what is a project charter? And the options for this particular question are: number 1, a list of project tasks; number 2, project execution plan; number 3, a document that formally authorizes the project; and number 4 is project schedule. Think about it and drop your answers in the comment box.
At the inspect and adapt. So if you see in this all four ceremonies, be it sprint planning, daily scrum, really review and retrospective, what did we do? We inspected and adapted. So there are 4 levels of inspect and adapt. The release level, which we are going to discuss, then the sprint level, and so your sprint can be of 1 week, 2 week, 3 weeks. So in between also you would meet, that would be kind of, grooming meeting of your backlog item. So we talk about that. And then you meet daily. So you have multi-level inspect and adapt. And what is this again pointing to and going back to? That Scrum is basically on what the very first concept that we discussed. Let me just quickly take you back to that slide. That Scrum is your inventory process. So you are inspecting and adapting. So you are constantly checking and making adjustment. And in doing this process, you reach to a certain point where you are near perfection and you are very quick. And these are hyper productive teams. And that's why it is always recommended that you should have same team, you have fixed team throughout the iteration and avoid any change. So let's talk about the backlog refinement meeting. Now what happens? Your product owner has created a prioritized backlog. In the planning meeting, you plan the sprint. And from that prioritized backlog, you took, certain amount for your sprint. But still, while you are working in the sprint, you would obviously inspect, and you would realize that maybe certain items do not need to be done now and they need to be done later. So you go back to your backlog, you go back to your product owner, and also product owner also has realization. So even your product owner, he would also keep on looking at the backlog. And then the whole entire team meets, and with product owner's agreement, items are reiterated, the goals are reviewed and realigned. Your sprints, your future planning for sprints, future sprints is done again. What do you call your planning for your future sprints? That's what is your release level planning. So we'll talk about it. So, but what here you are doing, you're looking at your backlog as a whole, and then you are reprioritizing all your backlog items. Not necessary that there is any change. That shows that you have a very good planning. But if there is a change, that's totally okay. Till the time your item has not moved into sprint, it is okay. Try and plan your sprint such a way that no change is required. And over the time, so your first sprint is the weakest sprint because you are totally inexperienced, and your team is also new. You are just knowing each other. Give yourself 3 sprints and you will be in a very good shape. And don't panic if you're not very, very well prepared, and if things are not going fine for first 3 sprints. That's natural. That's your learning curve. So let's talk about release planning. And so what happens now, because we are doing Scrum and we're not doing Waterfall, we're not enforcing anything other than Scrum values and principles and Scrum Framework. And so because you are not doing Waterfallish model, you are not freezing all your requirements. But what you are doing, you have a growing and living product backlog. And what do you know about it? You know about certain features that you would want to deliver. How do you know? Because you know your customer very well and you're customer focused. And so you know what all are your customers' requirements. You still can't say when exactly you would be able to finish your project. And so then this interesting dialogue that someone asked this agile team and Scrum Master and their product owner that when would you be able to deliver the product? And they would say, we don't know, we can't say. We will keep on changing our backlog, we'll keep on changing our requirements, and we'll keep on evolving. We can't commit. But so this guy would say, give me some idea, right? At least a high level plan or something. When should I expect the release? And the team would still insist that we don't know, maybe sometime in future. So that's the joke about Agile, but it's not exactly that. You actually can do a release planning. A good experienced Scrum Master can always help a product owner, and an experienced product owner can do a very good release planning. So what do you do in release planning? A release plan is your high level roadmap that forecasts when we will do what. So once you have certain understanding, quite possible you might not be able to do a release planning, a perfect release planning for your first and second and third sprints. But and I'm talking about sprints. I'm not talking about days. And so but maybe after second sprint or third sprint, you are very clear on how fast your Scrum team can move and how fast you can deliver. So on the basis of that, and then you have a lot of clarity on what is your customer's requirement, and what are the features you want to deliver. So so on the basis of that, you can actually commit something to a certain point. And so this release planning meeting is again owned by the product owner. Product owner has a very clearly prioritized backlog and is the only one who owns the product backlog. Basically, anything that goes into product backlog only goes into the backlog once product owner has approved it. Then dependencies are offered by the team that, we can't deliver this item before we deliver this. We have production blackout, so we cannot deploy any item in this period. Industries have their own standards. Organizations have their own policies and audit and reporting kind of structure, and which requires shutdown of any kind of deployment in the production. They freeze code movement into production. So, team brings up all the dependencies. This is the festivity period. We might be on vacation. This is the time when servers are under maintenance, so no work will be done. So, stuff like that. And they talk about all this. And considering them, product owner comes up with the best plan. And he surely shares with the team. And a good product owner also discusses the same with the team, that what is their say. And accordingly, in unison, in conjunction, they create a beautiful release plan. Uh, what is required to have a good release planning meeting? First of all, velocity. You must know how many points your team can deliver. And when we say velocity, you should also be very good in your estimations. I mean, you should understand. Please note that agile estimations are not same as your actual time-based estimation that 5 days, 10 days will do. No, it's not like that. You can always begin with like that, but you have a different approach. Agile estimation are not absolute estimations, and they're very much team-specific estimations. So again, you have to ensure that you do not change your team formation. Try and keep it as constant as possible. So you need to have your velocity. For that, you need to have a very good estimation system established within your team. And you should also be realistic. That means you should be able to explain delivery dates as best as possible, as worst case and most likely scenarios, and on the basis of same with teams input, PO can decide. Then it should be fresh. That means it should be groomed regularly. So that's how you can do your release planning. So your release planning should not keep on changing. But in the initial sprints, you can always keep on looking back and keep on changing. And then in the future, you would always look at your backlog. But you might decide that that we will be releasing this feature by this date. And in order to achieve that, you might make changes to your backlog constantly. And you might want to stick to this release plan forever. So these are samples of release planning. So if we look at the first one, both are almost same. If you look at the first one, you will see that, the features are grouped by sprints. Notice few features span multiple sprints. So let's look at the features. The major features are authentication, master, and order entry and checkout. These are the core features. Now in the sprint one, what are we delivering? In the authentication section, we are delivering login screen, SSL encryption. In sprint 2, for this feature, we are not delivering anything. Nothing in sprint 3, nothing in sprint 4, nothing in sprint 5, and nothing is in sprint 6. Then in the master, we are again delivering something in sprint 1, then nothing in sprint 2, then something in sprint 3. Address master, something. And then if you look at the third major feature, in the sprint 1, we are not doing anything. But in the sprint 2, it is delivering 2 major items. And then if you look at sprint 3 and sprint 4, the product comparison is something. It is, the feature which is spreading across sprint 3 and sprint 4. Then again in the sprint 5 and sprint C, you see order track is spreading across. Then fourth major feature, which is checkout. Again, there is nothing in sprint 1, and then sprint 2 and sprint 4 and sprint 5. So this is how it is a feature-based grouping. Major feature, then these major features are constituted by these minor features, and or probably these are, the feature and then the backlog items which are required to be delivered to reach these features, to meet these features. Okay, and then if you look at the second section, it is prioritized features. So in your planning here, you decided that this is the order of features which we are going to deliver. Here, even within the features items, they have rearranged which should be delivered first. Here, they have first completed authentication. Authentication comes on the top priority. So anything that comes in the authentication, to meet the authentication feature, whatever priorities required login and then SSL encryption, that was decided. Here they have taken, okay, so we are going to deliver two feature authentication and master, these two in this sprint one. So they have prioritized entire backlog, irrespective of whether this item is going to deliver to this feature or this feature. They have taken the backlog as a whole, not at the feature level. Once you have created your backlog from the features, the ignore feature, they rather again prioritize it. And there can be different reasons for doing the reprioritization. I mean, on the basis of which they have reprioritized. So they think that, first you should have login screen. Encryption can always happen later. We are not looking at a very strong and secure framework right away. Rather than we want another functionality to be there first. So product master is a functionality that needs to be first tested and delivered, then rate master, and then lastly encryption. Wow, beautiful. So this is how, they have regrouped and prioritized the entire sprint level backlog. Similarly, they have done the same thing to other items also in the following sprints. So this is how you can do your release planning. So for that, what do you know? You know that your team can deliver this amount in one sprint, this amount in one sprint. And what do you need for that? You need to know your team first. You need to know what is the velocity of your team, how much story points your team can consume. And also to know that your team should understand themselves. Your team should know their estimation. They should have established their estimation unit and their estimation methodology. They should be able to understand how many story points they themselves can consume. They should have their baseline story and stuff. We'll discuss estimation later. Acceptance criteria. The set of statements which are each with a clear path and result that specify both functional and non-functional requirements. This is point number one about your acceptance criteria. Then these criteria define the boundaries and parameters of a user story. They express what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and they must be actionable. So we talked about release planning, and then we jump on to acceptance criteria. And so this is the preparatory discussion for your user story. All the backlog items. In Agile, the backlog items are generally referred as user story. Why? Because all the backlog items are based on what is your user expecting, and at least each user story or the backlog item should be able to satisfy one user requirement. Before we talk about acceptance criteria or definition done or anything, let's first talk about the requirement management in Scrum. If you see, the highest level, the least detailed one is theme. And so what is theme of your product? What kind of commodity, what kind of product this Scrum project or the exercise want to deliver. So let's say you talk about washing machine. So your highest level definition here is clothes cleaning solution. Then you talk about it. It should wash clothes, and then it should dry clothes as well. And then you further divide your feature one, which is wash clothes, into stories. The lower level, and each story corresponds to at least one functionality that user can feel, user can use, user can see, user can understand. So that is your story number one. Now each story will have business rule, acceptance criteria, UI prototype, activity diagram, task, any rule and guideline, any sort of detail which is required to work on that user story. And so that's where we were talking about acceptance criteria. Now, if you would see, we have also discussed about definition of done. And so I would want to go back to had we been talking, I would have actually asked you what was your definition of done. So if you can recall, we were talking about a certain sprint level discussion. Let me just quickly go back to your definition of done. All right. So when a product backlog item or an increment is described as done, everyone must understand what done means. That means everyone understands, everyone, be the product owner, Scrum Master, or the entire team, or if it is a multi-level Scrum where, different Scrum teams are working together, then all of them should understand what is done meant. There should be single understanding, single definition for done. That is what we were saying. And this was a sprint level definition. Then we later also discussed that definition of done is defined at various levels. If you know that if this feature can be done, yes. So we can define a feature level definition of done. But if we can't, then we talk about the sprint per sprint. So if we understand what is with clarity, what is the goal of our sprint, which we should ideally. So we have a definition of done at the sprint level. And lastly, if we can't even with certainty talk much about our sprint level, then we take to the sprint level definition of done. Story level definition of done, sprint level, release level, and a product level definition of done. So, if we achieve this, if we are done with this, we are good. Okay, so let's then again go back to what we were discussing. We were talking about requirement management in Scrum. So, the definitions of the requirements at different level. The more the detail, the smaller, the unit of your requirement become the detailed requirement. And the lesser the requirement, the highest level of requirement you have. And it is a huge requirement because less you know about this requirement, less you can talk because, if you talk in detail, you would definitely be breaking it down. User persona. So what do you need when you are designing, when you are defining a product? What would you need in that case? In that case, you need to know your users very well first. Because till the time you don't know who are going to use your product, there is no point in talking about the requirements, right? So let's just see, what does it show? It shows certain user, they just named it Sarah. Now this user works from home. So this will define what should be the features given in the product. It uses tablet and laptop. This user is bachelor's degree in communication and uses product to take courses, right? So now this user would require a product which makes it easy for the user to work from home. That means from any corner, it should be able to catch Wi-Fi and it should be easy to put in lab and easy to work and stuff like that. This product should enable him in taking online courses and should provide a lot of valuable online information. So this can be a search engine, this can be a laptop, anything, any device. So we are not sure what we are talking, but we know these are the requirements from user. If we fulfill them, user would use our product. So let's just read about persona. The persona represents specific users and acts as examples of the type of users who would interact with it. Most products have several personas that use the product in different ways. For example, so we have 3 categories for the usage of our product. The regular user, he uses only the basic user interface functionality. Now, then there is a second category, which is power user. He needs more detailed interface functionality to handle more sophisticated work. And then the administrator, who needs backend installation, maintenance, and more control to maintain the whole product. So those are our characteristics that we pulled from this persona. Those will define our user's story, what he needs. So a sample user story would look like this. as a who, some role, some user persona. So as a regular user or a power user or an administrator. Okay? So as a who, I want something so that I get certain benefits. And then you may provide additional information, the acceptance criteria, size, complexity, and estimation. So this is your standard approach to write your user story. And I really like this example and I always take it wherever I go for the trainings. This one says, as an employee, I can search for other employees by their last name. That is the requirement. So as a who, as an employee, I want what I want, search for the employee list by their last name. Why? There must be benefits because I know the last names and I want to have this list on the basis of last name. I want to search basically. That's the benefit. So that is just another evil user. It says, as a hacker, I can sandbag data in the contents of request. So who is he? The persona is hacker. And what does he want? He wants to sandbag data. Okay. So when we are defining user story, what criteria, what other factors do we need to know about it, and which we know with the experience, not immediately. So the acceptance criteria, which has to be a must, which is a must for every user stories definition. Now, these are the 3 points are, they're not must. You can always provide and they help while doing the estimation. But if you don't know, that's totally okay. You can define them during planning meeting. Size, how big the story is, complexity, how complex it is, and estimation, how many story points or, whatever estimation approach you take. So let's talk about acceptance criteria now. Yeah, so here we are. Set of statements, each with a clear pass-fail result that specify both functional and non-functional requirements. So that is your acceptance criteria. So your acceptance for you, we'll discuss them. We'll take their examples, so I'll not talk about them. These criteria define the boundaries and parameters of user story. And they express what is acceptable and what is not. And they must be actionable. It shouldn't be that way. I need a beautiful UI. How do you define beautiful? But yes, if you say I need a UI which has login field, user field and password field, and which gives you option to hide and show the password, stuff like that. Now, what is then definition of done? We talked about definition of done, and it sounds very similar to acceptance criteria. So broadly, I would say your definition of done is defined at multiple levels, that your work is done. And then this definition of done at each user story level. So if you talk about a sprint, one sprint can have 10s and 15s, whatever number of user stories. But definition of done at sprint level defines that all user story must have this definition of done. So let's say you are again designing a user interface, and so you have a user story number 1, which says I need a login screen. User number story 2, the top bar should show the company's logo, and user story number 3, it should be secure. User story number 4, the color theme should again match the company's standard color theme. So these are the 4 user stories. Now, what would be one such definition of done which will be common and acceptable for all user stories? So what is the goal of sprint? Focus on the goal of the sprint. Goal of the sprint is to have UI design for any website or the product. So that is the goal. Now, what should be acceptable at this level? So we can say that all these features should go for user acceptance testing before completion of sprint. If they're not, even if you have developed the features, but they're not user tested, they're not reviewed by users, it's not done. There should not be any P2 by the end of the sprint. So by the time you exit the sprint, if you have P2s open, from the previous sprint, you would have bugs as well, right? And they would also fall at the product backlog level, and then depending on their priority, you would pull them, and definitely as per your product owner's input, you would pull them in the sprint. So the condition or the definition of done for this sprint is that there shouldn't be any P2s by the end of the uh, uh, sprint. So that means you can carry forward your P3 and P4 kind of bugs, but not P2s. Then it should also have gone through the integration testing. So on that which you can define at the sprint level, that is your definition of done. So if you talk, that was sprint level definition. Now, if you talk for each user story will have different set of definition of different conditions, which will create the definition of done right. Those conditions, those conditions define your acceptance criteria. Now, let's just read these bulleted points. Define the acceptance criteria for a user story. What defines your definition of done? DOD defines acceptance criteria for your user story. Exactly. Your definition of done defines at the sprint level, defines the acceptance criteria for your sprint. Your sprint won't be accepted, won't be called done till the time it meets DOD. And what is this DOD? DOD are those criteria which define on the basis of which your sprint will be accepted by everyone. Then it states the deliverables that accompany each product backlog item, right? Your acceptance criteria is that definition of done that is there for each product backlog item. It applies to all stories. Now your definition of done, it applies to all your user story at this sprint, and it is set by the product owner in discussion with Scrum team. What can be done and what. So your teams can actually say that. So we can't complete the entire integration sits at UAT. Everything in the first sprint itself. There would be certain items which will be carried forward or move forward in the next sprint. But what we can ensure that the story will be user tested at least. And in the later sprints and stages, we can then initiate the integration testing and the mass testing and stuff like that. And should be clear and self-explanatory, the definition of done and the acceptance criteria. Separate DOD for sprint, user story and releases. So that's what we have multiple level of definition of done. So definition of done at story level is basically acceptance criteria. So each story has to have what? An acceptance criteria. Without having acceptance criteria, your story is not complete. So when you are given a user story or as a Scrum Master, when you are helping your team and product owner create these user stories, please ensure that there is an acceptance criteria. Otherwise, I'm doing a backlog data grooming and I groom data. So the requirement is groom the data so that it is readable. Fine, I groom the data and it is pretty readable for everyone, but still it has got A to N columns. And oh my God, this is so much of information. I just needed A, C, D, and F, right? So you should have mentioned that to your developer or the DBA that we just needed these 4 columns, even if when you're doing the grooming, we don't need entire data. It's not readable for us. So that was about the user story, acceptance criteria, and various level of requirements that are there in the sprint. So let's now talk about the characteristic of a good user story. Good user story should be based on invest model. What is an invest model? It is I stands for independent, N for negotiable, V for valuable, E for estimable, S for small, and T for testable. Let's talk about each of this. All right, when you say independent, it should try to avoid writing user stories that are dependent upon other user stories. So your user story should be such that it is independent. It is not, so when you are, let's say you are writing a user story, I want to make my login page secure, right? Now, there are 2 things in this user story. One about the login page, another about the security. what you should do, you should basically split this user story into two parts, that login page and security of login page. So what's happening when you complete login page, it is not dependent on security. I want a secure login page. Okay, it has two things. So till the time you haven't included security in your login page feature, your action item is not done. So what you should do, you should split it as much smaller unit as possible. So what happens? They become pretty independent in itself. Once you have designed the login page, your story is done. You do not have to bother yourself with the security. Security is a separate user story. That's a separate requirement that needs to be fulfilled. So what happens? At least you reach to a certain extent. You have completed certain amount of the big feature that we discussed. So and that also keeps your developers motivated. It also shows progress that your team is moving. The more your story is dependent, it is confusing, it is lengthy and pretty ambiguous, and by the end you have delivered. The acceptance criteria also becomes pretty complicated. Just imagine, because this acceptance criteria contains acceptance criteria for you two user stories in one. So break it down and make it independent of each other. And so don't get confused when I talk about independence. People say, but it is pretty dependent. Now you need a secure login page. So till the time page is not secure, your feature is not completed. So yes, I agree. I am not saying that my entire feature is delivered, but I am saying one part of my feature is delivered. And that one part is very independent. That one part doesn't need another part in itself. To create a login page, do you need it to be secure? No, you just need a login page, right? Then security is another feature. So that's what. And then prioritize dependent stories lower than the stories they depend on and cross references. All right. So then this is the condition which you consider while prioritizing your stories. So you group all those stories. Then, so what are you doing? You are grouping the stories as per the feature, right? So you have created, all right, for the login page, what four stories did we decide? Security, login password, color theme, and company logo. These were the four things. So what would you do? Who would you keep closer? The security and the login page. And but what did we do? We did login page. That means login and password, color theme, and logo. This is done. And then security. This comes. So when security is applied, this login page will be completed. So this is how you will be prioritizing. If I'll be there, I would first keep login password interface, then logo, which is very important to each company, then color theme, which is again important in certain cases, and in certain cases, it is just you who is proposing. So if there's a new setup, they might not have a very fixed color theme. They'll be pretty okay with whatever you're giving. But if you talk about big MNCs and pre-established companies, they have their own defined color code and themes and everything. And everything you would see would follow the same standard. So that, and then security. So the item was prioritize dependent stories lower than the stories they depend on and cross-references. And then the last one is dependent stories, if they are necessary, should not be done in the same sprint. Awesome. So why did you remove the dependent stories? Because what you are doing, you're keeping them separate so that the item doesn't look incomplete. You treat them separately. And so if we go back in the requirements, which we saw here, release planning example, yeah. In the release planning, the authentication and master, they had these items. If you and they must be related: authentication, login screen, and SSL encryption. Now these are the two items. But if you look at the authentication as a whole, these two are dependent. But here, how they prioritize? They said we want it to become usable as soon as possible, testable, tangible, for the user to at least get a feel of it. If you talk about security, that can come later. But first, I would want him to log in and just test it, right? And if I'll say, oh, no, my item is not ready till the time security is not applied, so then you are delaying the whole thing. And so instead of avoiding that, what did we do? We created login screen, we did product master, we did rate master, and lastly, we did encryption. So we talked about independent, divide it as much as possible and treat every item separately. And that's how you're making each and every item independent. Negotiable. Okay, this is a tricky one. Try and understand. And if you have questions, let me know. Stories should describe what, not how. All right. How would you negotiate that this can be done within this sprint and no, this can't be done within this sprint? If you have clarity on what needs to be done. So we are not talking about, oh, you should talk to, DPA team first, take their consent, whether they'll create your database or not and stuff like that. Oh, that would come later. First talk, okay, you need to get a new database installed. That is your doable. Let's read the next item. The team should be able to negotiate the details, including scope of the story. So, your team should be, that's what. So if you do not have details, your team cannot negotiate. Team would think how it needs to be done. But as a Scrum Master, the story should be so that it will say what needs to be done. How, it is team's headache. On the basis of how, team will negotiate. So what is required for a story to be negotiable? What needs to be done? Then user stories are intentionally incomplete and imprecise. Obviously, product owner can never have all the details on how, right? He would have details on what. Plus, he would have a very high level understanding. When we say high level, I want to show this. He would talk about the theme. He needs a washing machine. He would rather talk about, bigger features like he needs a dryer and a washer, right? He'll not be able to say that under dryer, the temperature should not spoil clothes. That should be tested. The temperature should be that should be a knob to adjust the temperature more or less and things like that. So all that would come on the later, and then even under user story, the details would come from the developers and not exactly from the product owner or the Scrum Master. So when we talk about negotiable, we do understand that the user stories are incomplete and imprecise. Then too much details make a user story into a contract. So there are two extremes. One, gold plating. That means you are providing something which you think will be really good for the user, but it's not necessary that user needs it. That generally happens with the developers because they know how to design beautiful products, and so they want to give everything. When you are deciding a project, what you try to, or when you're developing certain user interface or a website or something, what would you would sit down and you would think of the best possible website, right? And you would give every feature, everything. And you will get into detailing also. For every feature, you will get into a lot of detailing. This should happen, this should not happen, all these checks should be there and stuff like that. And that becomes very confusing. I just hope you all have done that, that one homework, that one assignment which you get initially, and you try and give best. And, you put as much of information as possible, because you think much sure the other person would be able to understand. And then what happens? Your boss would say, okay, this is not very basic. You don't need to write all this. You can think about a presentation that you have prepared, and a presentation which is a lot of information and text written. And you're generally asked, please remove all this. Just keep bulleted, right? That's what we need. A user story should be precise, but it should not be so lengthy that it becomes a contract that you can't even move. You don't have any freedom and flexibility to move. There are so many checks that you just struggle with those checks and never get out. So crux for the negotiable is that you should know what needs to be done. Your product owner will not define that first install database, then your Java, JRE, and then do this. He will not define these steps. So your user story should be negotiable. You can say, oh, no, we cannot do the database install first because we have dependency on the DBAs and stuff like that. Then valuable. So everything we do in Scrum, we should have a value or we shouldn't do it. So if you talk about a user story, uh, uh, you see that this particular user story doing a direct value add. And if it is not doing, and if you are not sure what value add, then it is gold plating. And then it is not required by your user and you should totally not be doing it. So then identify the value of a story is key part of writing it. That's why we say, as a user, I want this portion, so that it is defining your value add to the user story. And if you know, user story prioritization is done on the basis of value add it is doing. If we can't specify the value of a user story, we probably don't know enough about this user story. And maybe we would want to right now move it at the lower levels of the backlog. Then estimable. So user stories must be something that can be estimable. For example, make login button look cool. Now it is not estimable. What do you mean by cool? Your definition of cool and my definition of cool would be very different. So you can say it should make the industry the company color theme or something like that. Now, which is still defined and known to the developer. You must have developed certain login pages which would meet the company's color code theme and stuff like that. Or else, you will have your separate UI design team who will be sitting there and they would propose few blueprints for the login screen and choose from one of them. So the user story would change. Just create proposal for the login screens and that's it. A user story that can't be estimated is either two-way or too large. If we can't estimate a user story, we can't commit to it. Definitely in the planning meeting, if you're not sure what is the estimation for user story, how could you commit it? Investable stories should not end up in our sprint backlog. Inestimable user stories should not end up in our sprint backlog, definitely. So even if you have such an inestimable user story, you can still leave it in the product backlog. Don't pull it in the sprint backlog. Here the characteristic is small. So that's what in the very first, the independent one also, we discussed that make your stories as easier to estimate as possible because our estimates contain lesser error and our estimates would contain lesser error. So user story should be small. See, there should be enough clarity. This is what needs to be done. And it can, yes, done be easily. So break it down. If you have a user story which is very huge, break it down to as smaller parts as possible. It will ensure that your story is independent, investable, valuable, estimable. And last point about small is a user story that is too big to do in a single sprint is an epic and it must be broken down. Testable. So if you can't test it, how do you know whether it is done and whether it is correctly done, right? So if your user story can't talk about these two things, then for sure it is not testable. Again, it is vague or maybe vague, too vague, and it needs breakdown. So that was your invest criteria. And each user story should meet your invest criteria. So now we have a acceptance criteria definition. We talked about user story characteristics. We talked about how to write a user story, and we'll take sample examples of how to write user stories. But while we were looking at the format of user story, we saw acceptance criteria, and we discussed acceptance criteria here. That there were certain points about acceptance criteria. Now we'll again talk about acceptance criteria in length. What exactly this acceptance criteria was giving to us. Acceptance criteria is that condition which is specific to user stories acceptance by user. So your user would tell, I need a login screen, and he would also tell whatever. So let's take this example. As a user, I am required to log in before using the site. Okay. And it might include these conditions of satisfaction. User is logged in only when proper credentials are provided. A remember me option is available. User can request a password reminder, and user is logged out after 3 failed attempts. So, this very clearly defines, okay, I need a login screen. Okay, you can provide any damn thing. That's what you can do, gold plating. You can include a show password or a hide password button. You can include a email notification functionality as soon as there is a very first incorrect login attempt and stuff like that. But user don't need it. So what does user need? User need maybe but just these code. And on the basis of this, you can define your acceptance criteria. So let's go back to our acceptance criteria here, what we were talking. And it says the set of statements, each with a clear pass-fail result that specify both functional and non-functional requirement. Okay, so now it must be clear. Then these criteria define the boundaries and parameters of a user story. So yes, it can very well. I hope you all can relate. Express what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. All right, so it is defining that after 3 attempts, it should not give any attempt to log in. And it must be actionable. So all of them are actionable. So now if we look at the comparison between definition of done and acceptance criteria, so definition, and this is all these points are talking about definition done and how this definition of done is creating acceptance criteria. If you look at this definition of done from the user story level, it defines the acceptance criteria of user story. Yes. It states the deliverables that accompany each product backlog item. Yes. Applies to all user story. Yes. And set by product owner in discussion with Scrum team. Should be clear and self-explanatory and separate DoD for sprint, user story and release. Yeah. So let's take example of user story. Now this is the first example. When you say actors, you are basically talking about user persona. So there are 2 kinds of users, the project manager and project member. Manager is the person that is responsible for project and member, the person who is working on the project. So the first user story says, if you see that the time registration portal, that is the feature that you are working on, and this feature has user story which is corresponding to the persona project manager. First user story says, add project member to my project. So as a project manager, I should be able to add project members to the project. So this is the value, so that the project members can register hours on the project. Then second user story is view report on the total hours spent on the project, so that I can track the project and see if we are on budget. Right now, second persona is defining few user stories. This second persona is project member. He's saying, as a project member, I want to register hours on the project so that my project manager can know how much time I have spent on the project. Then, as a project member, I want to view a weekly report on the total hours spent so that I can see how much I have been working. Now there is another elaborated example. There are multiple personas, moderator, estimator, okay, and they have various, requirements and values which will be added, and in conjunction they'll create a user story. Let's proceed to the next. I wanted to show a multi-level user story. So the project's next level BI. This is the project. It has user roles, all the personas, finance manager, then user role 2, user role 3 and stuff like that. If you see it, as finance manager has 3 requirements. As a manager, I want a dashboard to see actual versus budget cost so that I am able to stay on budget. Now this user story can further be divided into 3 subparts. It says, as a manager, I want a dashboard with alert functionality so that I am triggered automatically. As a manager, I want a dashboard with cost visualized in a chart so that I can analyze quick and efficient. As a manager, I want a dashboard that I can share with colleagues to share results. So what is happening here, on the basis of your persona, you had a bigger functionality, and then you divided the story in such a way that it meets the invest criteria, right? Otherwise, it would have become, now this one is a very abstract statement that I want a dashboard to see actual budget, actual versus budgeted cost, right? So how would you get that? You further divided it. There are other examples as well, so I'm not going into that. I just wanted to give you an example on how you would be breaking down your story. All right. So this is another further simpler example. So what all we are trying to see here? We want to look at user story breakdown. We are also trying to relate it to invest criteria. On what basis are we actually breaking down our stories? Then we are also talking about the bigger stories and maybe the epics. For example, compose email. In this example, compose email is the epic under which these three stories, state subject, state recipient, and state importance are the stories. And then if you see under a state recipient, there are two further sub stories, which is select recipient and enter recipient. So that's what. So in these examples, basically, I'm trying to tell you how you would be further dividing your stories to make your work manageable and simpler. All right, so we talked about epics and themes. What is a theme? A theme is a collection of related stories. So you are delivering a washing machine. So all these stories will be related. Now they're not dependent. If you look at the product as a whole, everything is dependent on each other. So you treat every story separately. And if a story has two works in it, separate them, because then these work depend on each other and the story is not independent. So your theme is a collection of related stories. And then what is your epic? Your epic is a large user story in itself, right? So this is the difference between your epic and your theme. So you do your planning on the theme level, but if you have a certain user story that needs to be delivered as a whole, so what you can do, you can still divide it into smaller parts and it becomes an epic. And this epic has multiple user stories under it. And this can go on over multiple sprints and even for multiple releases. Let's take the example. This one says, as a VP marketing, I want to review the performance of historical promotional campaigns so that I can identify and repeat profitable ones. And so then this epic has three user stories. And what are these user stories? As a VP marketing, I want to see the information of direct mailing. Then I want to see information on TV ads. Then I want to information corresponding to email ads. So these are the three components: direct mailing, TV ads, and email ads, which are generating which are generating profits, And what are these? All three are the approaches of their promotional campaign. So this VP, he wants to see which approach yields us maximum benefit. So what did you do? So this epic has further stories corresponding to it, and each story will have different deliverable, but the output will be combined to show, as a whole, how much benefit has been generated. But you will be confused and you would be not knowing what work needs to be done first. So what you will be doing? You will be separating the work into three different sections, which will correspond to different findings. And as a combination of these findings, you can say that this entire campaign, with the help of these three approaches, produced such and such result. So this is your epic. Right. So let's just quickly have a look at different user stories: epic, feature, user story, and tag. Your epic is the biggest one. This epic can deliver multiple features, and even above epic, you can have theme, right? So that theme defines your product theme. So your product is a washing machine. You first work on the washer, then you work on the dryer. So washer is the theme. Under washer, you would have everything. Dryer is another theme under which you will have everything. Another theme would be look and feel, customer experience and look and feel. So that was that. So there are three themes. Then these three themes, washer, dryer, and look and feel of the machine, These will have different epics. Then these epics would have different features within them. They'll have different stories, and these stories would have smaller tasks. Tasks are generally such items which are something which would be completed within half day or maximum one day. So that next day when you come, you can at least talk about. So the motive of Scrum is to review your daily progress. So you don't necessarily divide everything into um, as small as possible units. No, you don't do that. You just don't break it down such that it is brittle and scattered all over. No, you don't do that. But yes, please try and understand what you are trying to do here. You are trying to make the daily deliverable units of work. You're trying to create that, like, the daily wages worker. So you can very clearly calculate the cost for the work which they have done and pay them on the basis of that. And you have a clear understanding. So, okay, this person can create 3 walls in a day or 4 walls a day, something like that. So that's what you are looking for. You are looking for estimations. You're looking for agile estimations. In the approach, you are treating your requirements. In the approach, you are treating the work which is at hand. It is very important that we have just one story at number one, because there can't be two stories on the top, because you don't know how to start working on the first one, because there is no first one. So that's a very crucial, very critical selection, and product owner is responsible for doing that. Product owner, if you can recall, product owner is the one who would do the prioritization. So if you see any sort of confusion between the priority of stories, you can always directly talk to your product owner, or you can escalate it to your Scrum Master. Your Scrum Master is, your one key solution to all your impediments. So let's see how prioritizations are done in the informal way, where product owner is very much experienced and has complete understanding of product. In that scenario, he would do it on his own, intuitively, in an ad hoc manner. And because he has complete authority, that is not questioned. But instead, if there are certain inputs, team advise product owner. And product owner definitely considers that. Then you must have heard of Moscow law. So it is nothing but you list down features, then corresponding to each feature or each story you would write must have, should have, could have, would not have. And so let's say you are a team of 4 or 5 and you have 5 stories. All of you would be writing, one of this phrase corresponding to each story. And then in the end, you would come on a conclusion. So let's say story number 1 got 2 votes for should have, 3 votes for could have. So then, you would go with the majority, or maybe you would want to discuss and try and understand why the other 2 members who chose should have did not choose could have. And like that, you would come on consensus and you would decide the priority. And this exercise is again done by the product owner's team. He may choose to involve development team as well. If you also, when I'm talking about product owner's team, please recall, I also mentioned that product owner can be one person or a representative of team. The product owner team, he may have a pool of BAs and information experts and technical experts with whom he must be creating backlog. But again, the owner is this one person. And then there's a formal way, business value and complexity based priority. Now, this is a very crucial and important, what should I say, a very seasoned, a very fine product owner could only do that. He would know what is the business value of each requirement or each feature, and on the basis of that, he would do the prioritization. There's a very, if you all have idea about the product owner workshop, and in workshop, a very nice game specifically on business value and complexity. Certain pool of requirements are there, and participants are asked to solve them. So that is one thing. So So every product owner is required to have that skill. Just like BAs have, business analytical skills, not everyone have them. Product owner also has the skill of understanding business value of each item, and on the basis of that, he prioritizes the stories. Then there is this Cano method, where you would look at the features on the basis of mandatory, how linear they are, how exciting they are, and threshold, performance, and excitement. There is a, I'm not sure, I don't have that right now. So what would you do in the Cano diagram? uh, they draw a graph between users' requirement and the feel it gives to the user. So, certain requirements are, performance basis, mandatory requirements, but some are, the features which give good, feel good factor, which give excitement. So, on the basis of that, Keno proposed that uh, you have a graph, and on the basis of which you would decide which all requirements should be taken up first. I'm repeatedly using term requirement because it is generally easy to understand, but this is not determinate. So please make sure either you call them product backlog item or you call them user stories. So that was all about prioritization. This is generally done by the product owner and not by the Scrum Master. And if team has any confusion, if they have direct accessibility of product owner, they talk to product owner, or else they pass their recommendations to Scrum Master, and Scrum Master ensures that product owner gives them required input. All right, so estimations. Awesome. So when we work into waterfall or iterative or any other traditional form of project management, how do we do the estimation? We decide all the work which we are doing in terms of time, absolute estimations. We call them absolute estimation. This amount of work, we can do it 4 hours, 2 days, 1 week, and like that. But in Agile, we prefer relative estimations over actual size or actual amount of time spent. Then we talk more about features and rather than activities. So if you have also seen, the whole prioritization, the whole story writing is feature based and not on the activity based. Activity based are tasks. Tasks come under what? Under story. So each story is served by a set of tasks, but we do not do planning in terms of tasks. Then if we also look at the estimation, we are estimating that, let's say if we choose agile estimation approach using story points, we will say 4 story points, but we are not committing that. The estimation is separate from commitment. We do commitment in the planning meeting, but we do the estimation any point of time, even while backlog grooming, we can do the estimation. So now I just drew this line. I was kind of trying to draw a wall. So I would request you to imagine a wall in the room you are sitting. And if someone asks you, what should be the height of this wall? How would you determine? So my natural reaction would be, I'll stand across the wall, and on the basis of on the basis of my height, I would, guess the height of wall. And so what have you done basically? You did not have tools in your hand. You didn't have any scale. You didn't have a way of gauging, whatever is asked you to be gauged. So what would you do? You would compare it with something that you already know. And that is what we do even with this scale. We compare while measuring, we compare it against the tape, against the scale. So that's what I did. I compared the height of wall with my own height. And on the basis of that comparison, I estimated. And this should be the height. Now, let's say there is a chair in the room, and also you are having a handkerchief in your hand. So what do? You compare the height of wall with the height of chair, and then you compare height of the chair with the height of, or the length of the handkerchief. So let's say this wall is 2.5 chairs long, and then this chair is 2.5 handkerchief long. So what would you do? you would multiply 2.5 into 2.5. I don't know what is 25 into 25. So that would give you approximate, height of your wall, and that would be your measurement in terms of handkerchief, right? So that's what we do in Agile as well. We don't talk about numbers. We don't talk about times in hours. We do not talk about uh, uh, committing in absolute terms. We rather define our own terms. And generally, that term is called story points. You call them with the unit that you devise in Agile. That unit is called story points. How do you do it in the story point? Before coming here, I would first talk about story points and baseline for the story. So you understand story, right? Let's read what is story point and baselining a story. The baseline study of current situation to identify the starting points for a story. So let's say we are building a house and we take one wall as our baseline and one wall of, of standard room, right? So we would know how much time we need to build this wall. We would know how much material, we need to build this. So we would say 3 bags of cement is required, 3 tractors of bricks are required, and stuff like that. 3 trucks of water and stuff like that. So we baseline it, we personalize the whole estimation approach, the whole measuring approach. And how can you do that when you have fixed measuring cups, when you have same set of people? And that's why repeatedly it had been mentioned that don't change your team, make one team. And how this team should be, this team should comprise of self motivated, excited, enthusiastic people, who are willing to bring that change. And who plays key role here? It is the Scrum Master who plays the key role here in motivating the entire team. So we'll talk about Scrum Master's responsibility later. And so we have same instruments with which we are designing. That means we have these many set of our technical or the functional skills, whatever. Then we have same truck, we have same trolley, we're using same, I don't know, what do you call those masonry containers where you take your mortar and bricks and everything. I don't know. So, but we have everything same. So with that, what we can do, we have to build another home. Okay, cool. 3 trucks of bricks, 2 bags or 3 bags of cement and stuff like that. So, you can quickly then do the estimation for building 5 house in the row. And now this is a construction and industry example, but just imagine similar example in the software, the product development industry. So then what happens? You baseline your story, your team's estimation approach. How do you do that? You choose one such story which is understood by all, be it okay. And so there are no different roles. There is no separate tester, developer, quality expert. You don't have all that. You just have one role for everyone who works for the team. Except for Scrum Master and Product Owner, there is no other role. Everyone is a developer. Everyone is a team member, as simple as that. How do you, a tester, maybe, a tester and developer pair program, they sit together, and while developer is coding, the tester tells that, these are the criteria which should pass while testing. Did you consider that? So, this is how the whole team works together, just like, you imagine the Scrum diagram, the picture that I showed in the very beginning. That is this is how the whole team works. So there are no separate roles. Everyone has same goal, exactly same goal. And hence it is very important that you have your sprint goal. You understand? Not just that, your goal would contribute to your vision, but also it helps team to stay focused in achieving something. And then coming up with the value add to the product owner that, we should not do this item right now. We should move this item to the, so-and-so priority. This one should be brought up and done ASAP and stuff like that. So coming back to baselining of story, what do? We pick one story which is well understood by everyone. And everyone, and then, so arbitrarily, randomly you would say, how many story points do you think we should give? This is our most basic story. Everyone knows how to do it. Everyone understands how many efforts are required. So can this be called one story point? And everyone says, yes, this amount of work, this quality of work, this complexity of work, we should call it one story point. And so this is how you decide. Now, so you have relieved everyone from that pressure of, oh, this is a 4-hour work, oh, this is a 8 hours work. No, everyone has same understanding. And so when you estimate in terms of story points, you actually save team from a lot of pressure of the time-based commitment. So this is a micro management that is a very closure level of scrutiny, and people don't feel very comfortable doing that. If you trust your people, trust is the most important foundation, one of the most important pillars in the Scrum. So if you trust your people, if you trust your development team, let them do the work. Let them decide how many story points they would need. And trust me, over 3 to 6 sprint at the max, they would be at a very good estimation level. They would have very good understanding. And you remember those friends who would just look at each other and they would understand the joke. Like that, the entire team would understand each other so well. So the story point is an arbitrary measure used by the Scrum teams. This is used to measure the effort required to implement a story. So the complexity, how much time you would require, everything is considered in story point itself. A story point represents the complexity, the size, the amount of time required, and everything. In simple terms, it is a number that tells team how hard the story is. Hard could be related to complexity, unknowns, and the efforts. It is a relative term and does not directly correlate to actual hours. That's the beauty. Since story points have no relevance to actual hours, it makes it easy for Scrum teams to think abstract about the efforts required to complete a story. Now let's go back to this. So affinity estimation and T-set sizing, we'll talk about it later. First talk about the story points. The sizing sequence should be geometric series. It can be 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, or Mike Cohen proposed Fibonacci series. The mountain goat, owner Mike Cohen, he's one of the eminent agilists in the world, and he runs the Mountain Goat software company where they give agile consulting, coaching, and trainings. And so they also proposed, I might be slightly mixing two things. Come back to the Fibonacci series, and we'll talk about mountain goat later. So he proposed Fibonacci series and the estimation approach. Because if I'll ask you, there's a story point, 14 story and 15. So how can you distinguish between, between 14 and 15? What is the difference between these stories? Can you that digitally, and can you do 1 unit increment to the work? Can you do that? So it's really difficult. So generally it is said that there should be huge differences. Either it is 1 and 5 or 1 and 5 and 7, and that amount of difference. Not a regular series 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can't actually decide. And so that's why Mike Cohen proposed Fibonacci series, and this is one of the best approach for the usage of story point. It is relative data and not the absolute data. We discussed that. And advantage, accuracy is less important than consistency. So what happens over the period of time, that's what I'm saying, over 3 to 6 sprints, your team starts estimating really well. Okay, so every time you're starting a project, and let's say you have a new team, you'll really enjoy the estimation. They'll look into disbelief. What are you saying? Does the estimation happen like that? And you'll be like, trust me, it works. This is the way it happens. So don't worry. Let them do whatever. Everyone, initially gives 17 story points, 18 story points, 15 story points, and they'll take huge stories with endless count of tasks under them. Basically, they even stories are not properly broken down, and it's majorly product owner's job and Scrum Master's job to help team understand how to break up. But ultimately, it comes down on team. So it is really funny, working with a team which is doing Agile for the first time, and they just totally don't trust the estimation. They'll say this is nonsense. But trust me, like over 3 sprints, they start understanding. Oh, we overcommitted last time. We took 2 stories, 3 stories extra, or maybe 5 or 7 stories extra. So stuff like that. Disadvantage is its team specific value and may not have any meaning for others. Absolutely. That's why we repeatedly say that don't change your team. Whatever baselining of story you are doing, that is team's understanding. Team decides, okay, this story is the one which is completely understood by everyone. And we all think, yes, that, so and so efforts are required. And so, you choose that as the most basic kind of work, an amount of work. And on the basis of that, you do the estimations. All right. So that was about story points. Let's talk about affinity estimation, t-shirt sizing. So we use t-shirt sizing. So you have small, medium. You can also use extra small, then large, extra large, extra large. And they apply story points later, but initially they would just categorize story as large, medium, small, extra large, and basically in the t-shirt sizing. Then good first step for the team to adapt relative sizing techniques. Yeah, so you're just broadly estimating on your stories. So over the time, it is the advantage is it is very easy to grasp because you have some 4, 5, 6 categories at the max, and in which you are categorizing your stories. And then what you are doing, you are giving story points to each category: small, 3 story points; medium, 7 story point; large, 10 story point; extra large, 13 story point, and like that. So you have a broader range. Or else you can also do small, 1 to 3, 1 to 3 story points; medium, 4 to 7, and large, 7 to 10; extra large, 10 to 13, stuff like that. And so it is easy, but the disadvantage is that size versus time comparison is very difficult here. So instead, just choose the story point, directly come on the story point. This story point is created considering your complexity, your size, everything. So, why not use the most basic unit? Like, we always say that break down your stories and make it as small as possible. Your story point is that kind of estimation approach. It is and is the smallest, the most basic approach, most simplest approach, and hence it is most advocated approach. Then later you would see other estimation approach. They'll take base of story point. All right, so there is this cone of uncertainty where on the top you would see every cone is broader at the top, and as you go down, it becomes it shrinks, the diameter shrinks. So this is the cone, and this cone of uncertainty has the biggest stories, maybe in the form of themes and epics, and they are biggest in size, and they have least details, and they are at the top. Then there are smaller stories, and so this cone of uncertainty basically shows how you can do your estimations in the term of t-shirt sizing or story points or in hours. So hours, I was telling you, hours is the most micro level of management, and trust me, you would not prefer. If you trust your people, you have to give them freedom. Let them decide how many story points. If someone says, I need 10 story point, and even if the other person is thinking that, no, he doesn't need 10 story point, let this guy take, you might run at 2 kilometers per hour speed, but with the other person, maybe he's just you and he still needs more time. You both cover same distance, but in different times, right? So how can you decide how much time is suitable for whom? So rather go with the ambiguous way, right? Nobody is seeing anybody. Everyone sees himself. You're honest enough. And trust me, you would do the right estimation. And over a cycle of 3 to 5 sprints, your team will be very good.
Hey guys, here is yet another quiz question for all of you. The question is, which of the following is the most important element of project management plan that is useful in HR planning process? The option 1 for this particular question is
risk management activities. Option 2 is quality assurance activities. Option 3 is activity resource requirements. And option 4 is budget control activities. Think about it and drop the right answers in the comment section below.
Each estimation is given a deck of cards. Each card has a valid estimate written on it. So this card is basically having a Fibonacci series written on this. 0, you can also have half, then 1, 3, 5, 7, and so on. I'll not utter the next number because I might use the wrong one. So, but the Fibonacci series. So that's what is written on each card. So everyone given deck of cards. So everyone has entire set of cards, so that they are free to choose whichever card they want to choose. Then customer or the product owner reads a story, and it is discussed briefly that what is needed to be done in that story. Each estimator selects his or her card, estimation card. Cards are turned over so that all of them can see and then discuss differences and then re-estimate until and unless estimates are same for everyone. So this is what happens, see, here are different kind of team members. If you can see, this guy is UI expert, these two are developers, this must be a quality guy, and this must be a tester or something. So, but everyone is same in the eye of Agile. So, some story was discussed, and if you can see, majority of cards which were drawn, this developer said 5 story points, this one said 5 story points, this one said 3, this one said 5, this one said 3. So then there would be a discussion. They'll talk to this UI developer and the quality team expert, and they'll try and understand that why do they think that this story would require only 3 story points? Sometimes it just turns out that, what you are calling 5, they are calling 3, because, again, this is just a random number, right? Then they would say, yeah, even I think that kind of effort will be required. So I would want to call it 3. So if everyone agrees, the output would be 3. Here, there is one more approach. If you don't have a lot of time, so you would go for the majority. Okay, majority thinks 5, and everyone agrees, and there is not much heat or discussion, that, yeah, we are cool about that. 5 is okay. And then you choose 5. And there is another example. Again, here, if you would see, someone suggested 5, someone suggested 3, majority was again 3. He suggested 1, 2. So, everyone's opinion is taken in account, and then polling is done, and try and keep on doing. If you have a lot of time and if you are really experimenting with your team, I would suggest that, draw the cards to the point and discuss them till the time there's a difference, and keep on drawing them to the point when all of them are drawing the same story point. So doing it right. Yeah, right. So planning poker is the most advocated and most widely used approach for planning. So when do you do that? So when you are doing your planning meeting, right? So again, it will be interesting exercise for you all when you'll be doing it with your team for the first time. And they would say, what nonsense? You would still explain them story. What is baselining of story? What are story points? They would say, why can't we just use the, our regular approach of doing the estimation? And they would say, this is all very confusing. We don't understand it. But as a Scrum Master, you have to stick to the same approach, and you'll have to tell them to believe. Put any random number. Trust me, over a period of time, they'll understand. But yes, before doing the planning, it is advisable to take one session of planning and estimation. Just one session of planning and estimation. So use the right units. That's the first thing. So what would be your units? You might want to use Fibonacci series using a story point. Then, so that is what I was saying. Can you distinguish between 1 point story from a 2? No, you can't. It is so difficult. What increase just 1 point? If you say, 2 activities are more in this, so would you say that 2 activities correspond to 1 story point? So, you can't clearly say, right? There can always be a long discussion. So that's why it is said that there should be remarkable difference between the number. The set of numbers should make sense. There should be more difference. 1 is distinctively different from 4 or 3. And then you can And it is always advised that you should stay in the range of 1 to 10. If a story is going beyond 10, please understand that this is becoming too big. That's why your team is not satisfied numbering it 10. So don't, so break it down. Think of approaches how you can break it down. And it is very important to understand breaking it down into two different stories and breaking it down into 5, 6 tasks is a different thing. So when we are saying break it down, we are talking about breaking a story into two. And when we are talking about tasking, we are saying, okay, now the story is small enough. Now just see how many tasks are required to complete the story. So you can use 0 and 1 also. Let's say you just need to drop a mail. That's it. And that completes the task. So you can assign it 0. And generally, that practice has also been followed in the industry, that stories are estimated in story points, then the tasks at times are estimated in hours. So let's say you are a very new team and you don't know. So you would pick 5 or 7 or whatever amount of stories you think you can do. You estimate them in story point, but all the underlying tasks for each story would be estimated in absolute number, which is time required to complete this task. All right, so now let's talk about velocity. You must have heard this term. So velocity is basically the number of story points per iteration. And how do you generate velocity? You can't generate velocity over one sprint. You need at least 3 sprints, bare minimum. That is where you start repeating your experience, right? So now if you see what are you doing with your, iterations, you're trying and repeating your experience. And with this repetition, you're trying and removing bad experiences and multiplying your good experience and hence becoming a hyper productive team. So what do people generally consider? So let's say there is an established team, one team which has done multiple agile projects. So all of them very much familiar with one initial handshake meeting where all of them would meet and understand, the kind of work and the kind of estimations they do. They are good to go ahead and they would quickly start doing planning, and on the basis of historical data, they can actually do the release planning in the very first sprint itself, which can later always be groomed and revisited, but you can do that. And otherwise, other approaches, forecasting on the basis of what? On the product owner's experience. And the one which is most practical is running 1 to 2 iterations. It is not 1 to 2 iterations. I always advocate running 1 to 4 iterations, basically. At least give 3 to 4 iterations. Have patience, have faith. Give it 3 to 4 iterations and keep on talking about Scrum concepts. So don't just meet in the daily stand-up. As and when you get time to coach your team, coach them. So sprint 1 has 5, 8, and 1 story points, story A, B, and E, and 5, 8, and 1 gives 14. Then story 2 has again 5, 8, and 1. Then sprint 3 has 5, 8, and 1 story point. Then sprint 2 has 3 plus 3 plus 3, 9. Plus 5, again 14. So if you average it out, total story points divided by total number of sprints executed so far. So the velocity comes out to be 14. So now what happens next time when you are planning for sprint 4, you would know that, on an average, you have seen yourself consuming 14 story points in each sprint. So this gives you what? Your velocity. This gives you what? Your capacity, how much work we are able to do in for each sprint in terms of what? In story points. So what is your estimation unit? Your story points. I think by now you should be able to relate to story points and baselining of a story and how you would do the estimation in Agile. So let's talk about, information radiators. So now what happens? You must have heard of burn down and burn up charts. Burn down chart, just like you burn your calories while you work out. What are you burning? You're burning your calories, how many calories you have reduced. So burn down charts basically show, okay, so you can have burn down chart at your sprint level, at your epic level, at your features level, okay, and also at your release level. I have just pasted burn down chart. I searched them online and I have pasted them here for sprints. So what is burning down in your burn down chart? Your story points. So this one basically shows your task hours and available hours. This is just to show that certain teams do in their estimation. A lot of them actually do in the absolute hours. This one is representing that. But I would recommend that you should always try and do your estimations in story points from the day one. Do it wrong, but start doing it. When you start practicing, when you start thinking on those lines, by the end of third sprint, you are really good and you understand your story point estimation. If you look at, so what is burning down, if we say this is story points, that 800, 700, 600, ideally it would be 0, half, 1, 3, 5, 7, 10, 13, and stuff like that. So if you have your story points on your y-axis and your stories on your x-axis, what would you have? You would have your days, and how many days will be there? The days that are there in your time box. For your 1 week sprint, there are 5 working days. Let's say if you have 6 working days, then there will be 6 days. So this graph will be drawn between what? Your story points and your days, right? And so this will be a graph. And what would it show? Okay, in day 1, I completed 1 task. While by completing 1 task, I consumed 1 story point, right? So that this graph would show how many story points you are burning down per day. So right, just like you're burning your calories, remember it like that, you're burning your story points per day. So in 5 days, I burned 50 calories. I don't know if that's a good count. So, but that's what. So what would you do? You would burn. So in 5 days, you burned so many story points. This would also give you in ideal scenario, what should you be doing? You will be burning all story points that you committed in your planning meeting, right? So you committed 4 stories. For example, you are in sprint 2 and you committed these 4 stories. So ideally, by the end of your second sprint in your burn down chart, you should be able to consume all the 14 points. So what does burn down chart show you? Where are you on the 7th day, on the 8th day, on the 9th day, on the 10th day? Are you consuming your story points? Are you completing your task? Similarly, your burn up chart is there. So what does your burn up chart show? Burn up chart basically, this is again corresponding to your days and corresponding to your how many amount of work is done and what amount of work is predicted and how much amount of work is required. What is predicted? Predicted is idle. You would know that this amount is needed to be done. What is required? The gap between predicted and the required is ideal, and predicted is what? The planning that you have done that we think we will be able to consume, and the gap between the two would show how much you need to add further. These charts are mostly same, and burn down is the chart which is preferred most, and burn up story point chart is just the reverse of your burn down story point chart. All right, then you would you must have also heard about your Scrum board, task board, and so what do you basically have? You have your board which has columns called story, to do, in progress, to verify, that means under testing, and then done. So what do you have in this story? You have one story. And in the to do, what do you have? You have tasks corresponding to this story, right? And in progress column shows all those tasks that you have picked up to start working on. And in the column verify, you have those tasks which have already been worked upon and then have been moved on for testing. So what do? We do everything, your testing, your coding, your designing, your verification, everything in same sprint, right? So, and done are those tasks which are done as per your definition of done, right? So you see story number 1 has 6, 7, 8, and 9, and maybe these as well, tasks. And all of them, these tasks are in different statuses as per the columns. And so this is what is called your burn down chart. This one is one again taken from online. So how do teams start generally? They start with the sticky notes. They do not use any softwares from the very beginning. They just use sticky notes, and with the help of sticky notes, they just put their stories, they create their backlog, and they keep on moving the sticky notes. And there's a common meeting room where all of them would meet daily for 15 minutes. They'll quickly discuss, okay, for the item number 9, what is the status? Is there any impediment? So what do we discuss in our daily stuff? What did I do today? What did I do yesterday? What did I do yesterday? What will I do today? And what are the impediments? Whatever impediments are there, that are passed on to Scrum Master. Also, please ensure that in your daily stand-up meeting, you don't end up discussing in length about your story. It's okay. Don't talk them in length. If you have concerns and if you want to discuss, make it a task and mention, today I will be meeting Jonathan for so and so task discussion. I need his help. And Jonathan immediately would say, I do not have time. You can talk to Libby or Sarah. I mean, anything of that sort. And in case there is a conflict, nobody is helping, this team member, this developer would say, Scrum Master, I have an impediment here. I don't have anyone to guide or help me. And so I need a help. And maybe Scrum Master would facilitate an expert to help this team member on that. So that would be your tracking and reporting. So let's just quickly talk about how we do the planning. So what are we going to do? We would do the prioritization. Basically, it's the product owner who would be doing the prioritization. These are the prioritization techniques that the product owner would be using. Then how do we do estimations? We do agile estimations, which are relative estimations. They are not absolute estimations. And then we talked about an example of measuring a wall. So what would you do? You would just measure it with something whose measurement is already understood to you. So I took myself for measuring. You can take a chair or a handkerchief or anything. Then estimation approach. So we have relative estimation approach. We don't have absolute estimation approach for Agile. You can take dog size, you can say t-shirt size, people take even fruits so grapes, apple, banana for the longer stories, like that. So people devise their own approaches. Even for the retrospective, people devise their own approach. And so as a Scrum Master, we have got to be really creative. Why? Because, what is a Scrum? Scrum is basically facilitating and creating that environment where you can come up with an awesome, extraordinary product. What is required for that? You really need to have those developers who are working feel valued, motivated, happy, and their inputs are heard and taken well. That is all you need. And so you would see the Scrum framework is very simple. Scrum framework is its own religion, I mean, I'm not saying blindly follow this religion, but this philosophy. And trust me, start doing just by the books from your very first sprint and you would do good. So we talked about baselining. That means choosing the most basic user story that everyone agrees to. And they think, yes, this is the simplest one. This would require one story point, or maybe, you can baseline as 2 story point, whatever. Because if you can see that there can be a simpler work, you can't come up with an example, but considering time, engagement, complexity, or anything, you think this is the most basic one, and this is and we'll use this baseline story as handkerchief. Always remember. Then there was this cone of uncertainty, which says more uncertainty on the top and lesser uncertainty at the bottom. And that's why you can see t-shirt size is the most uncertain way of estimation, and ours is the most certain in a way, in a controlled manner, and not certain. I mean, then we talked about planning poker, we talked about velocity, then we talked about charts, burn down, burn up chart, and the Scrum board. Now let's talk about getting ready for our sprints and for our Agile project. So as a first timer, as a Scrum Master, for the first time, you should always take sprint 0. Now, sprint 0 is not a Scrum term. It is again a evolved term, just like your backlog grooming. So in your sprint 0, what should you be working on? You should have a charter with you. project, where you'll have vision stakeholders and people you need to approach for various kind of approval and guidance and information, etc. So you would meet your product owner or whosoever is handing over this role to you as a Scrum Master, your approver. And in organizations, there are different ways. So, just go and find out who is your approver, who is funding this project for you. And this guy could have and would give you all the information. Then you should have product backlog. People start their Scrum projects and they have no clue. They don't have any product backlog. They should always have some product backlog, and a good product owner would always ensure that you have product backlog. So when you are at the first point, the product charter and everything, actually find out your product owner as well. So this the stakeholders, your product owner would also be here, and then a high level estimation. So if it is not there, it is totally okay, but you should at least have high level estimation. When you say high level estimation, maybe you should have at least time based idea. Okay, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, that amount of time will be required. And then for your Scrum team, you should have required skill set, required roles. That means your product owner should be there. Why I'm repeating? Because I've seen so many Scrum projects where you don't have a product owner. Instead, you have a project manager who is again not very good with the requirements generation. He would say, okay, I thought Scrum Master would be doing that. So no, make it very clear. Scrum Master has very different skill set. We'll mainly focus on Scrum Master, what he should do and what he should not do. And when he's not doing these, who would be doing these for him, right? Who we should be approaching. So Scrum team should also have required infrastructure. So maybe, you got into your whole sprints cycle and you still don't have a appropriate infrastructure. So try and get as much of that as possible, or at least approved before starting your project. Basic architecture. All right. So you don't have to, those lengthy design docs and, entire blueprint ready, but you should have, the most basic blueprint and basic understanding of what you're trying to develop at least. And then a high level schedule, the release plan, the tentative dates. That would be really good to have, which can always be adjusted. I mean, I always give myself 3 sprints to adjust with my team adjusting and accepting me and stuff like that. And trust me, teams work better with your Scrum Masters rather than project managers. Then high level business case, all the requirements, budgets, purpose, that means purpose which is contributing to the vision of the project. And so that is what you do as preparation for starting your Scrum project. And I also do one thing. I forgot to mention it here. I always meet my team unofficially over a coffee or something. I try and understand them, who is who. I have my basic understanding of, the kind of nature this person is having, and which will change over the time. So I'm not judgmental, but I kind of have that understanding. And so that, I can give that special treatment, attention that person is looking for. So that is one thing. And then I do a Scrum training with them. I try and explain that even if they already know it, I do a maybe quiz or something so that they are made to think. If team says, I already know Scrum, we have been doing a Scrum project for past 3 years. Okay, cool, let's do a quiz. There is no harm in, checking where you are. There is never a harm of retrospective. And also what do? I do retrospective. Yeah, that's very important. So how have you been? If let's say some project is handed over to me in between, I do a retrospective as first thing. That really helps. Team expresses so well. We weren't doing this good. We were missing this and stuff like that. All right. Then point number 2, which is very important. Once you are there in the sprint 0, do all the planning for your sprint 1 very well. So once you are in a sprint, it's not just about one sprint. Basically, every sprint in your planning meeting, ensure you have every information which is required. And then don't make any change during the sprint. What is your sprint basically? Try and think of a time box that long, which makes you or enables you for keeping your commitment of not making any change during that time. So you think you can't keep your commitment, things won't change for 1 week, then keep your sprint cycle as 1 week. If you think that you can live with 2 weeks and these 2 weeks will not make any change, you are good, you understand the requirement, and you would be able to deliver something, make it 2 weeks. And cancellation of sprint. Okay, so always remember the cancellation of sprint is very disheartening for developers. I mean, before reading any of these 4 points, I would first say that. So try and consider these 4 points before pulling requirements, because abandoning a work, discarding a user story is really it leaves a negative impact on the development team. It demotivates them. So reasons can be market or technology has changed. For example, Nokia, they came up with those communicators, big, bulky handsets, and they had to shut it down. If you all know, they were there in the market, and suddenly these iPhone and Samsung smartphones and all that came up, and Samsung changed for good. I can't even recall what they were prior to these touchscreen Galaxy phone. So this is how market and technology take an entire turn, and whatever you are proposing and developing maybe suddenly look like of no good use. And in that scenario, actually, maybe you not just sprint, you might shut down the product. So those kind of considerations are very required. Then when we talk about sprint cancellation, point number 2 says a sprint no longer makes sense. Yes, the work which you were focusing on. So while you were developing a washing machine, you were also focusing on temperature regulator while supplying water, and this sprint was focusing on that. So when the budget funding is cut down, your washing machines selling price had to be reduced to meet the competition in market. You would chuck certain features, and so this temperature control knob for washing machine water is suddenly thrown out of the picture, and hence your sprint is scrapped. Then the team forecast that it cannot deliver any value output due to impediments. Yeah, so you did not consider those impediments in your planning. That was a poor planning. And so what's happening? Team says we can't do anything till the time we don't have server. We can't do any development, or we can't install the OS which we committed. So those things. Only the product owner, all right, yes. So your product owner is the one who is authorized to take decision based on the inputs from the team. Nobody else can take that decision. So, so that was all about cancellation of sprint. But still, as a Scrum Master, I mean, I know Scrum Master is not a magician and he can't do, but he's expected to. There's a lot of pressure and there is a lot of expectation from Scrum Master. He should be knowing everything. Team looks upon him more than product owner. Team looks upon Scrum Master. So it is Scrum Master's, I don't know, I would say talent. It's not even duty to make team hunters understand what are things under his control and what are not. And, he should have team by his side so that when required to take certain challenges and do, extra, team is willing to do it on Scrum Master's request and when Scrum Master calls team to do something. So, yeah, so it's product owner who would take all the decision. So this Scrum Master, he's a servant leader. You are a master and your people would be, following you just like that. Quite possible initially people won't even understand what exactly a Scrum Master would do, and so they won't even interested in talking to you or listening to what you're saying. So you really might find it challenging and difficult. So you have to actually enroll those people, and you actually have to build that trust where they would come and connect with you and ask for help. And that's where you have to actually help them as soon as there is a requirement for you to help them. Then only that trust will be sustained. And so this one says that Scrum Master helps those outside the Scrum team understand which of their interactions with the Scrum team are helpful and which aren't. The Scrum Master helps everyone change these interactions to maximize the value created by Scrum team. So yes, you being a Scrum Master would be required to help team, product owner, development team, and the participants from outside the team in making everyone understand what actions will yield more value, what actions would help this development team to perform maximum performance and excellence in their work. So let's see. What is the duties of Scrum Master to the product owner? Scrum Master serves the product owner in several ways, and which includes finding techniques for effective product backlog management. All right, so we have talked a lot about backlog management and we have talked about backlog grooming. Now, when you talk about product owner can be the person who has good visibility of business and customer requirement, who has a pool of people working for him in gathering requirements. But still, he might not be able to understand development teams' inputs and suggestions and needs, because of which there should be a good chain in the product backlog. He might still be pretty adamant. Now, here comes the Scrum Master. And please note, I see a lot of job openings which say we need Java Scrum Master, we need Perl Scrum Master. What nonsense, goddammit. You don't even understand what is Scrum Master. I really hate that. I mean, that seriously pisses me off. It's not that. You don't understand what is Scrum Master. You're still doing Scrum in your organization. Okay, fine, but let this person do the right thing then. Don't say we need a waterfall Scrum Master. What is that? And who? I mean, I don't know. So anyway, as we discussed in the previous slide, you really need to help your organization in understanding what is Scrum and how it works. And for that, you have to be very courageous. You have to stand up and you have to say that's not the right practice. When you'll be helping your product owner, please note that you are not a Java guy or the Perl guy. That is always an added advantage. You don't even know the entire project, and that is totally okay. What you really need to know is how the communication gap between product owner and the developers is bridged. If product owner has a PO team, the team who works for him to gather requirement and clarification on requirements, so then bring in that team as well. And while doing different acts of product backlog management, backlog grooming, refinement, planning, sprint planning, and all those, backlog management items, in that ensure that your team's concerns are understood by Scrum Master and Scrum Master is able to respond back to them. That is your job. And for that, if you think you will understand Java and that would help and you think you want to do that, I don't think that is ever required. Trust me, I have been Scrum Master to various projects, Salesforce, then EDBI, business intelligence, various projects, and which have been totally out of my subject. In fact, when I was a Scrum Master to one of the subjects I was closely working on, there I was pretty pushy. That was my first experience as Scrum Master. And that was such a learning experience. I did everything wrong. I totally did everything wrong. I ensured that my team hated me throughout. Oh my God. And I was so pushy. I was nowhere a servant leader. I was in fact a leader who was treating everyone as servants. So that was really bad. And that was a good learning. That was only such project which I did so bad. And that was one project where, I was a subject matter expert prior being a Scrum Master to that project. So I had been forcing everyone, oh, you shouldn't be doing this like this. Oh, this should not be the priority. I was conflicting with product owner. Why don't we pick up item number 7, 8, and 3 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh my God, give it a break, Scrum Master. You are not supposed to do that. So you don't need to know this technology and everything. You definitely need to understand the vision of your project. You definitely need a charter, but you don't need to, understand the entire technology piece. You actually can't. Just imagine you can't. And you're not a technical expert to the team. Always remember, you're a Scrum Master to the team. What is a Scrum Master? Who's a Scrum Master? That you should know by now. So you help your product owner and the development team in doing an effective product backlog management. Then point number 2 is helping the Scrum team understand the needs for clear and concise product backlog item. So as team is new and the Scrum Master is also new, they would create everything as a user story. Quite possible you might want to have separate kind of, issue types. You might want to call them category documentation. You might want to call them category task. Not everything is user story. For example, creating, these documents, setting up meetings, stuff like that. And And so while you're registering all of them, you would also want to ensure that there is a good breakup of story. The team is not just blindly working on a story over sprint, sprint to sprint, and then just, exhausting themselves and still not being able to complete them in 3 to 4 sprints. I've seen that. Hopefully, teams are not taking very big stories, a lot of excessive stories. Still, 3 sprints, it is fine. But if you think that your planning is going bad even after 3 sprints, okay, fine, give you also 4 to 6 sprints. But if you think that's it's still not under control even till 6 sprints, then it's really something is big types wrong. Your team still doesn't understand Scrum. So the point number 2 says that you have to make your team understand uh, the need for clear and concise product backlog items. They can't excitedly just keep on pulling, okay, I can try this as well. I want to do this as well. Let me take 4 items. Let me know. Don't commit beyond your capacity. Be realistic. Along with that, be committed, yeah. I mean, you can't take 10 items saying that, all 10 I think I can do and then just deliver 5. I mean, that's a huge difference. Let's say you fail on half of the item, not even one. That's the tolerance for the commitment. You don't commit anything that you can't do. So when you are committing, be 100% sure. And then it will be seen. And that's what we say when we were talking about what should be time box for a sprint. We were talking about the time where we think this is the maximum time we can commit where we will not make any change. And the point number 3 says understanding product planning in an empirical environment. So then what happens? You had been doing planning since ages in the waterfallish mindset. Then suddenly you are asked to do the planning in the Scrum, and you are discussing prioritized backlog, and team has no clue. So you think that your team knows Scrum. You being a Scrum Master must definitely be knowing Scrum, but it's possible that neither your product owner nor your team understands that what is a Scrum. So in the planning meeting, what product owner would do, and generally these product owners in the regular traditional environments are the PMs. They're asked to become product owners mostly, and then they have a pool of BAs. So this pool of BAs contribute to the requirements, and those requirements are called user story. So what you here need to do, you have help your product owner in understanding product planning in an empirical environment, not in a waterfallish environment. You'll have to tell him that things will evolve and change, and you'll have to tell him that he can't decide that this item needs to be done. He has to understand what development team is suggesting, and on the basis of a mutual agreement, he'll have to allow them that okay, you can go ahead with this commitment. We'll talk about ensuring the product owner knows how to arrange the product backlog to maximize value. So although product owner is a separate role, and product owner is ideally expected to understand, ideally expected to know what are his roles and responsibilities, and which also includes product backlog prioritization. But it is not necessary that he would understand that. And so as a Scrum Master is a teacher, a coach, a guide for everyone, for organization, for product owner, for the project manager, for PMOs, for the development team, for anybody outside Scrum project team. So, your Scrum Master is coach for everyone. Your Scrum Master has to have an answer for everything. So he'll also have to ensure that product owner knows how to arrange product backlogs to maximize value. Product owners' focus is on getting maximum value, and Scrum Master's focus is in helping everyone in getting maximum value. Then Scrum Master also have to ensure that the product owner understands and practices agility. So when we say understands and practices agility, it is like when team goes back to product owner saying that we committed 5 items, but we feel that the time is less and we need more time, or we did not have enough information on the story. It was our mistake that we could not realize it then, and we overexcited and enthusiastically accepted. But now we feel that we cannot deliver these stories. So in that scenario, product owner might really lose it. And so it is a scrum master who will have to make him understand that this is what is agility. Or let's say there's a new customer requirement and product owner is forcing that this has to be done within this sprint. So scrum master explains him that scrum master evaluates what are the pros and cons of accepting this into the this user story or this requirement from the customer within this sprint. He discusses it with team. He tries and explain team that customer is obviously God for us. Customer is the first person for us who should be given most important. So why do you all think that we shouldn't be accepting not just because we have committed that just because it is our working agreement or just because this is the definition, just because we know that we cannot make change to the sprint, do you think this requirement can not at all be accommodated? Or maybe to accommodate that, do you think that we can remove one story from the existing sprint and negotiate, replace this user story from the sprint with that user story, stuff like that. So he'll also have to help product owner understand agility. That will not change the sprint time box. We would rather swap a user story with another one and stuff like that. And lastly, facilitating Scrum events as required or needed. So it is Scrum Master's responsibility for organizing all the ceremonies and ensuring heading those ceremonies. All right. So let's talk about Scrum Master services to the development team. Scrum Master serves the development team in several ways, and this includes coaching the development team in self-organization and cross-functionality. So what is self-organization? First, let's focus on that. The term is very basic and everyone understands from it that it is that the team member do not need directions. They are self-dependent in organizing themselves, their works, and in coordination with each other. So how would Scrum Master help them? So initially what happens, everyone is pretty used to doing what is asked them to be done. What will be measured against their, or what will be considered in their case. Everyone is pretty used to do that approach. And Scrum Master ensures that team understands that they wouldn't be asked anything. Except for planning meeting, they won't be asked. So it is their job to meet each other, talk to each other. It is not individual performance. It is team's performance. So team needs to understand that. So on some day when there is no Scrum Master, it is not the team won't meet for daily stand-up. Team should develop that sense of responsibility over a period while doing a Scrum project, that they don't need Scrum Master at all. They are so dutiful and bound to their own sense of responsibility and duty that they diligently meet and discuss and enact the respective ceremony. So that is what is called self-organizing. All right, guys, it's time for daily stand-up. Let's stand up and let's talk. Okay, fine. All right, guys, tomorrow is retrospective meeting, and or were you satisfied the way Scrum Master provided information on the product owner, or the product owner's team is giving clarifications on all these stories? Are we clear on that? Things like that. So no one is told to stand up and talk in the retrospective meeting. Everyone should come ready with the retrospective items, input to retrospective. So that is what is called self-organizing. If they are not able to understand certain aspects of a user story, they should not wait for the daily stand-up to come up and tell Scrum Master the impediment. Instead, they should immediately approach Scrum Master, or if they already know the user who has provided the requirement or whatever working agreement which have been established, he should be prompt enough, quick enough, proactive enough to go and talk to this customer or write a mail to this customer or the product owner. So that is what is called self-organizing. They're not dependent on Scrum Master for everything. Definitely Scrum Master is there to help them with everything, but Scrum Master's job is to make himself, totally useless. That team is pretty independent. And actually, by the end of 12th sprint, team should actually be in such a good condition that they would need Scrum Master from what they were requiring 100% to 20% or 30% at the max. And then cross functionality. What is cross functionality? So what we have done over the years of our waterfall, or the whole this traditional iterative cycle, we have developed geniuses, we have developed experts of areas. And what happens, these experts, when working on a certain project, are providing value and doing a value add. But as soon as their work is done, they are sitting idle, and they are not contributing to the productivity, right? So what we have taken away from people is their multiple skill sets. We have made them expert of just one. Scrum says, help everyone to learn and grow, right? So you can always take up a user story on which your technical skills or the development skills are very less, but you want to learn, and so team is willing. So even if everyone might take 2 user story points, and you are the one who is very new, might take 8 story points, still team will be okay. And maybe there will be a pair programmer to help you. So what is also more important, that Scrum Master developed that culture that, okay team, let's see how much value add we have done over a period of 6 sprints. What are our skills and areas of expertise? Maybe, not technical, but functional skills, right? And let's see how we become after 6 sprints. Let's see whose functional skills grow, with whose help, and stuff like that. Oh my God. And that really makes your team hyper productive and very motivated. As soon as the whole thing moves away from individual assessment, performing very well. So what does Scrum further help team with? That it helps everyone in learning multiple skills, so that work doesn't stop if some person is not there. It might get little impacted, little slow, but still it will happen. But in our traditional approach, let's say a person goes who has around dependency. So in the first place, you have a person on whom you have a huge dependency. Then you have absolutely no exit plan, backup plan for this person, right? So then the person goes away, you are totally helpless. And so that's what it says, make everyone cross-functional. It will do twofold benefits. First, it will definitely enrich this person, groom him, help him in becoming more acceptable and more required into different variety of projects. Plus, it is also giving team better people, better performers. Everyone knows everything, and it becomes so awesome, Even the tester can do the development, and development understand quality and assurance practices. So that is what is called cross-functional, and it is Scrum Master's responsibility to do that, help team in becoming that. Now, helping the development team to create high-value products. How would the Scrum Master help a team in developing high-value products? By helping team in focusing on understanding the stories, in understanding the goal of the sprint, and then actively participating with product owner while planning meeting, while product backlog meeting, and also themselves reviewing each and every user story very closely and providing input to product owner whether this user story should be done in this sprint or not, whether this user story is meeting the goal of this sprint or not, the criteria for this sprint goal or not. So this is how you can do that. Along with that, understanding requirement very clearly, not doing goal plating, yet not leaving important features. Also, having acceptance criteria very clearly and sprints definition of done. So all that stuff, having working agreements in place, having clear definition of done, having clear acceptance criteria. On the basis of all of that, team can be able to achieve high value products. And for that, Scrum Master has to put all the efforts, has to ensure that that the team is capable, and team Scrum Master has to enable team in coming up with these questions that, how can we do this? How can we become more so and so? If team feels, okay, tell me whatever work is to be done and I'll do it. then this is not a highly value producing team. They are just the average. They're not cream of the organization. So till the time your Scrum Master cannot encourage the team to stand up and ask questions and say how we can become better, then the Scrum Master is not doing a good job. That is Scrum Master's job. That everyone should feel, how can I become better? How can I do more? So that was about high value products. I hope you're understanding. And then removing impediments to the development team's progress. So that I think is very well understood. Anything that is stopping someone from working, try and think of a solution. I'm not saying you have to propose a technical solution. No, absolutely not. And if someone says, oh, you are a Scrum Master and you can't provide a technical solution for that, you can punch them. And if I'm your Scrum Master, I can always come back to resolve that conflict. But I'm just joking. So, you have to help the development team with all the impediments. When we say impediments, talk to them, talk to different people, and find out what are the possible ways of resolving it. Escalate it, make it visible to everyone, so that there is always a hear back on the. Then facilitate Scrum events as required or as needed. The Scrum Master is the one who would hold all the ceremonies in organizational environments in which Scrum is not yet fully adopted and understood. Wow, this is a beautiful point. So every organization almost struggles somewhere when they're starting with this Scrum. So if your organization is like that, or your organization is someone who is working more into silos on every project, then Scrum Master reaches out to those teams, those bodies, those entities, and help them understand that, we are doing Scrum. My team is doing so and so. When we say Scrum, this is our philosophy. It's you to go out and cross your own boundaries, and that in turn inspires your own team. They see, oh my God, my Scrum Master is so, across and all over the organization. We also have to stand up and give our best and produce the best product. We have to reach out to as many people as possible for whatever it is required. We should not just sit in our seats and say that, I have followed up. I sent him 3 mails, but I did not get any response. I don't know what to do. So that is how you make your team self-organizing. The point number 1. After 6 to 8 sprints, they should understand they have to anyhow reach to this person and anyhow make this work happen. And it's not by hook or crook. It's never a crook thing. It is simple by being transparent. You will just tell, we need help. We need help. We don't know. There is no harm in accepting that we need help. Please tell who would help. And I'm sure you will get help from 10 different directions. So that was all about Scrum Master services to development team. Now let's see how Scrum Master serves to the organization. So first thing that he does, that he starts leading and coaching the organization in its Scrum adoption. The Scrum Master maybe, start conducting training, maybe small talks, or maybe invite some industry expert who would be talking about how they went on their agile journey and stuff like that. Because organization doesn't understand what are Scrum values, principles, how to practice a Scrum, and even if practicing Scrum, what value. So, if a Scrum Master can explain all that in very simplistic words, then that's it. You rock. You are on. And then planning Scrum implementation within the organization. So help if you are not part of PMO and the governing body for the processes and audits and, other project management guidelines, go and help get associated with those organizations, maybe form a COE, Agile SCOE in your organization, and then help them that, this can be the proposed workflow to be followed for a user story, or this can be proposed approach for a beginner team. And team would definitely evolve and design their own. When I say workflow, I had been more talking about Scrum board, their columns, and but you have to give those suggestions, those ideas. That bulb blows, not just burns out. You just completely blast everything. So give those dynamic ideas that everyone is actually bound to think and come back and understand what you are suggesting. So you have to do that. You have to be that dynamite in your organization. And then planning Scrum, then helping employees and stakeholders understand and enact Scrum and empirical product development. So Scrum Master will have to help. Again, repeatedly, it had been mentioned that Scrum Master will have to help everyone understand what is Scrum. He will have to help them in enacting Scrum and in adopting Scrum and empirical product development by conducting various ceremonies before starting ceremony, introducing what does this ceremony mean and stuff like that. So causing change that increases the productivity of Scrum team. Yes, he should be that change agent that helps Scrum team in realizing their potential. Oh my God, just imagine a Scrum team where everyone is learning from everyone. Everyone is just focused on learning. Everyone saw how their PPA would be, impacted with the Scrum project. Just imagine. Wow, grades very much, when especially you were in colleges, because those grades were not directly in the hands of teacher, and they would do some, there were university exams. You don't know who's going to check your paper. There was nothing internal. So what were you doing best? You're helping someone best. And that is what is a Scrum. So yeah, you really need to help your team in coming out from their shells, from their insecurities, from their fears, and help others in becoming good. Then working with other Scrum Master to increase the effectiveness of the application of Scrum in the organization. Superb. So you are not just working on your project. And when you do this, when you help other Scrum Masters to increase the effectiveness of application of Scrum in the organization, you basically become a coach. You coach yourself to become a Scrum coach, Agile coach. So that was all about Scrum Master's duty to organization, to product owner, to development team, and to himself. All this contributes to Scrum Master himself. He should be able to see where he is from after 5 years from here, or after 2 years from here, or after 3 projects from here. So that was about Scrum Masters, roles and responsibilities and duties. Let's take up some case studies. So I digged in about 2 case studies, and those were about Salesforce.com and Yahoo. So let's talk about Salesforce.com. So in the very beginning, what was the scenario? Currently, it is a market and technology leader in on-demand services, and it builds a CRM solution. And I'm sure you must already be knowing all of this. I'm just reiterating. And an on-demand application platform. It started with 3 people in R&D, 4 released every year in 1999 to 2000 in a very small San Francisco apartment. Wow, Salesforce.com. Then 7 years later, they had 35,000 plus customers. They were having 900,000 subscribers, and then they had 110 million transactions per day. And they had 200 plus people in R&D. So that was beginning. That was the glorious beginning for Salesforce.com. But then what happened? Then it was getting more difficult to deliver. They had more demand, but they weren't able to meet those demands. And they could only do 1 major release per year. Why? Because if you can see this graph, you would see that their features delivered per team was going down. So it was every team's performance was going down, and days between major releases, they were increasing. If you see, by the end of 2006, it was shooting high. It was becoming very difficult for them to deliver major features, meet customer demands. So what was happening? All right, so they did their root cause analysis, and they did some, VOC and all, voice of customer, and they found out that late feedback on features at the end of the release cycle. All right, so what were they doing? They were having their waterfall way of development. They were having all their requirements upfront, and they were taking feedback only once they have released the entire development. Maybe it was just a 3-month project, 6-month project. I'm not talking about year, 2 years, 3 years, years long project. I'm just talking about smaller project. Even when these smaller projects, totally focused on certain feature functionality. All of them. So what was happening once it is delivered, it was given out to the customer. The feedback was the other day, not in between. So there was no way of getting early feedback. There was no way of failing fast, failing quickly so that they can stand up again. And then long and unpredictable release schedules. And they had no way of predicting when they're going to release. So they just start working and they're working. How we talked about release planning in the Agile, right? We said in future. No, that is not what. You should be able to predict what you are going to deliver, when you can deliver. So you should know your velocity. And that's team specific, yes, but you should know your people who are working for you, right? So that's what. So Agile helps you in doing that. You are a close community. Agile brings you back to the basics, to the core, to the people, rather than looking at the project and a chart and output of certain tool, looking at certain report, you can't say. But Agile brings you back to that value. So that is what was happening, that was missing. And then gradual productivity decline as the team grew. Yes, that was happening. The team was becoming bigger and bigger. They were becoming bigger organizations. The teams were growing. But what was happening? The productivity is going down. Work was still delivered very slow. Then slowness in incorporating feedback received from their end customers. So even if they were getting feedback, they weren't able to incorporate it. And lastly, characteristic of waterfall traditional model. So if you see all of them, they are characteristic of waterfall model. So what was done? What did they do? Major enterprise-wide agile transformation. Obviously, we are talking about agile transformation and agile adoption case study. So yes, they did that in just 3 months. They were able to cope up with that. They delivered almost 2,000 new big and small features, and they were able to cope up. And so if you'll see the chart, their major release, the gap between major release reduced. If you see in the previous chart, this steep shoot here, it just went down. So they actually started somewhere around 2006 with their agile adoption. And as soon as they started, in just 3 months, you see, they were able to hold back and if you also see their features delivery, which was declining, it was coming here, it picked up in just 3 months. Wow. So the transformation results are 60 plus critical features delivered in less than 9 months. What they were able to deliver once a year, they were able to deliver 60 plus critical features. And then average idea to release rate was 2.2 quarters. So they had a release cycle, average length was 2.2 quarters. That means 6 months plus some more months or weeks. And then 70% of top 10 ideas on the track for delivery in 2007. So they already had their backlog. They already had their vision for coming up features. So they could see future. They could foresee what they're supposed to do. So they could plan well in advance. Their sprint zero was always ready. As soon as team gets free from one release, one development, they would quickly jump onto the next feature, next project. So that is what is called the hyper-productive team, creating a hyper-productive team. So that was about Salesforce. And let's just quickly check what actions they took. They implemented Scrum across the organization. They created dedicated cross-functional team. Instead of having separate team for each function, they mixed the teams. They helped members learn from each other, and they made cross-functional teams who could work and understand everything. So this team is self-sufficient. It doesn't have to depend on the other team and then wait for their approval, wait for their help. No, they're self-sustaining. That is the motive of having a Scrum team. And because Scrum team is not very big team, so all these cross-functional teams were very small teams, and it was very easy. And they didn't need a manager. They did have a Scrum Master. They didn't need a manager to tell them to do this. The Scrum Master was helping them in deciding what they need to do for themselves. The Scrum Master wasn't telling them to do stuff. So just imagine an environment where you don't have a class teacher, you just have a prefect, or you just have a class monitor. And this monitor tells you, these are the rules, this is how you have to do. And this monitor is not one with this stick. This monitor is, almost someone like you, just a little more mature and understands how he can help. So that is kind of environment which is created with the help of Scrum. Then visibility across the organization for various artifacts. So organization was able to see. So you don't need metrics and all that. You have so much of visibility that you can see. And so, your product owner is a smart guy who knows what needs to be delivered. So when which will be delivered, the organization would understand. Your team becomes really smart, that they understand that what their product owner is trying to achieve, and they help their product owner to achieve that. Then focus on automation. Experiment. All right. I love this point very much. You have to be courageous. I say that all the time. You have to be courageous, be patient, and expect to make mistakes, but inspect and adapt. So that's what you do. Then focus on automation. Save your time on testing and your deployments and everything. Keep everything automated. You know that you deploy every fifth day. If let's say you have a 1 week sprint, you know that you'll be deploying maybe every weekend, right? Just keep it automated. Yeah, it will automatically run at 6 p.m. on every Sunday. So do that, and then provide radical transparency, because everyone has visibility on what is happening. There is so much transparency that your team's work is clearly visible. No one has to produce any report. Your basic burn down chart, your basic task boards are showing how many stories are delivered per sprint. Your velocity is speaking for your performance. And then encourage communication. That is what stops when you start going to just one person, because you stop communicating with everyone. You just go to this person, you tell, I dropped 3 emails and I did not get response. Escalated. That's it. Now this person either gets hated by his manager that why is it escalated, why it wasn't done. And so this guy would, half-heartedly do it. And there won't be quality definitely in the work. Then encourage, and then the last point is decide on the tool early. Yeah, so definitely, because they already had 70% of the top 10 ideas on the track for delivery in 2007, the last point. They already had a good enough time for their sprint 0. You remember the sprint 0, which we talked, the preparatory sprint? So they could and decide for their tools early, whatever, tool they would want to choose for working for this particular project. So that was all about Salesforce study. And let's talk about Yahoo. So the background is, Yahoo's background, they went from a small startup to a large enterprise company very quickly, just like Salesforce.com. Then software development process began in 2002 with the release of a globally mandate waterfall process called a product development process. Okay. They went on with the PDP, which is pretty much based on waterfall. Then in 2004, Thomas Mayers invited Jeff Sutherland, and I just hope you all know who is Jeff Sutherland, to speak to Yahoo. And Pete Deemer, the VP, attended Jeff's talk, and he was very enthusiastic about what he heard. What did he hear? So he definitely heard about Agile. 2001 Agile Manifesto formed, and Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schauber, all of them, they were just going across organizations and talking about how to implement Agile. All right, so then what happened? Yahoo launched its Scrum pilot program in February 2005. An initial commitment made by the team was complete comprehensive Scrum training to work with outside Scrum coaches during the first several sprints. This needs to be corrected. What happened then? What happened after what? So we talked about that Pete Deemer, who was VP for Yahoo, and he attended Jeff Sutherland's session, which happened in Yahoo, where Jeff talked about Agile. So Pete Deemer was pretty excited, and he said, let's try this out. And so what did they do? In 2005, February, officially they piloted a Scrum program, and where their first sprint was 30 days sprint, and they committed complete comprehensive Scrum training. So everyone was given Scrum training, and those values and principles were induced and introduced to all of them. They committed also to work with outside Scrum coaches during the first several sprints. That's what they committed. And to use all the standard Scrum practices, that's what their commitment. And lastly, the time box which they decided was a 30-day iteration. And these are the results. So how much team got done in 30 days? Initially, they could do only 2%. That was much worse, poorer than what they had already been doing. That was very depressive. But their productivity raised to 74 more percent in second, third, and fourth, and fifth iteration. So if you would see, you have to give yourself first 3 iterations. And this is where I keep on repeating, we need 3 iterations at least. Then they also gave clarity of goals, what the team was supposed to deliver. This clarity was given to the team. And that also increased only after first 3 sprints. From fourth sprint, you would so see that the quality of what they were doing, the righteousness in the product, that increased to 80% in next 2 sprints. And then if we talk about cooperation and collaboration within team, you would see that that also increased to 89% in fourth and fifth sprint. And then if you talk about business value, that team produced in 30 days in per sprint, actually. So it raised to 64% in your fourth and fifth sprint. Then if you talk about the overall quality, and you would see it increased by 54%. Initially, it was just 5%, poorer than what they had already been achieving. So you have to be ready to take that dip. You have to be really willing to go all head over heels, all in love with Scrum. And trust me, it is not a religion where you will have unresolved questions. It is more of a philosophy that you will totally be able to understand. So that was about Yahoo's case study. Here are a few pizza charts you could see, pie charts basically. I always call them pizza. So if you would see this, you would see that if the decisions were solely up to you, would your team continue using Scrum? So if there was a polling done in Yahoo itself, and there were very less votes which would say no. Majority of votes would say yes. What did they do? They did following. They did process refinement to employee support, feedback, coaching, training, hiring coaches, and tracking tools. This is what they did. And they were actually able to meet whatever dip they had experienced in the business. So that was all about our case study on Yahoo. We already talked about salesforce.com.
Quick info here guys, if you're looking for end-to-end training in Agile, we do provide the same. For any further details, check out the links given in the description below.